seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll text you. But don't walk in. Very good. Okay. I apologize to all of you for keeping you waiting. I apologize to all of you for keeping you waiting. I had some matters placed on my calendar that I didn't expect to see today. So it took a little longer than it should have. And hopefully you were able to state what you needed to accomplish with regard to the extraction from the body worn. And you've all had a chance to look at the body worn. Anyway, State of Florida versus George Pino. Parties, please announce.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams, Jonathan Borst, on behalf of the State of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Shapiro on behalf of George Pino, along with my partners, Howard Strebnick, Tino Gomez, and Mr. Pino being at the table, Ed Armadino. He's stepped out of the courtroom at the moment, but he's present as well.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much.
Is your microphone on, Judge?
Let's try that. How does that sound?
Much better.
Is that better?
Much
Can you
better.
hear me now? Is that a... Okay. Anyway, thank you very much.
I'm just getting to that
No,
point of my.
it's not you. That was me.
We have some technical difficulties this morning being able to view the state's redactions. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, let's go ahead, take a moment, because Kate's calling in, she's gonna get set up, so we have a few moments.
Judge, there's one matter I thought we could alert you to now, because
Sure.
for a witness coming this afternoon.
Sure.
The state is planning on calling. I'm
Whoops.
just, well, I can alert you and it doesn't need to be on the record. I'm just going to give you a case called Hernandez versus CGI Windows, so you can look at it as to the admissibility of a pleading from the civil case, the content of a pleading. It's a motion to dismiss that I believe the state wants to introduce what the lawyer wrote as the introduction to a motion to dismiss. So it's the lawyer's narrative in a civil case. Okay. And so this
What's
is
this case citation, please?
347 Southern 3rd, 113, 3rd District, 2022, and I brought an extra copy. That witness is not expected until afternoon.
Okay, great. Sure, thank you.
So much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Sorry, Vanessa.
Huh?
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Take a minute. It's okay. Relax. You're gonna rewind and stuff.
As soon as I plug in, I'm ready.
Take a look. Take a look. Okay?
I'm ready.
Take,
I'm good.
it's okay. Take a breath. Look at this way. As I was talking, and I always make this assumption, because you're so amazing, that you, I don't even look. Cheers. State of Florida versus George Pino, with the parties announcements.
Good morning. Laura Adams, Jonathan Borst, on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of George Pino, who's present, Howard Srebnick, Edward R. Molino, Mark Shapiro, Janelle Gomez. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Kate, would you please swear Mr. Pino into the day? Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Pino, can you stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, counsel, you had provided a case to me with the citation. Putting it to Manchester. 347, 7/3, 113. Pull that thing out. It's, Francesca started on a little research on that. And, we have the jury ready. We have the witness, and I'm just confirming that defense hasn't had a chance to look at the video yet, or are you still looking at it?
I've seen, about a third of it, Judge.
Okay, but also I think it would require audio from you, right?
Yes, I'm gonna take it in the back room and listen. That's all
How
right.
much time do you do that? Okay. Because this is your witness, right? This is your witness, I think.
I'm gonna be doing the cross.
Yeah, that's right. Why don't you take a minute? Come back, come back over.
Thank
you. Okay. And if I could see the council, just on a housekeeping matter for our, work for tomorrow morning, just need to get a little information from you.
Yes,
On
Judge.
deal with court reporter site law.
Actually, Judge, could we just address it in open court?
Well, there's a couple things I want to ask you at site.
Understood.
Okay? So what we are going to do, we're not bringing the jury in yet. I had addressed at the end of the day yesterday, an issue raised by the defense, with regard to the portion of the body worn camera that was worn by the witness who was testifying. And I had already determined that certain audio parts of the body worn camera, I directed the state to excise them out. But I, over the defense objection, allowed the video to be presented to the jury. Okay, so I'm gonna watch it again now, just to be sure that that was completed.
Yes,
And just so you can see, Judge, this is all masked. And this is masked. This is masked.
One, possibly two. It's out of the ICW, almost like pumpkin tea. It's a big black boat outside off to the back of it right now. All right.
This part's masked.
So just let. For right now, we're getting rescued here. Like I said, here comes another chopper, so hopefully. Did anybody here witness what happened? The water, okay. Do we know if we have everybody? From the other people? Was he on that boat? Do we have everybody that we know of? We took one female from that boat and two other people. I don't know one was a female, but I'm not sure if the other was a male or female. So there were three. There were three people that left on the boat that left. It was every kid to be transported to the hospital. So your dad. So we are. Everybody's accounted for that, right? Everybody's accounted for. Okay, and the three girls went on the other police boats. How many came? Okay, that's everybody. That's everybody. Okay. Is this your dad? Okay. Do you guys want to pull up over here? Morning, Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for. Are you hurt anyway, sir? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat. Okay, we've got 3 going to hospital there. I've got more rescue personnel coming. Please just sit down so you don't fall down. I see you got some injuries. Okay, I just don't want you to ever. They grabbed her as quick as they could, got her in the rescue boat to take her to airlift her to hospital. Okay. Morning, Patrol 32. Just south of the SCW, west of UP, my Ocean Reef. Needed the coordinates here. 25-397-080-17394. Just be careful. Careful coming over. Please don't move.
So you can see, Judge, we did remove quite a bit of the audio. I don't think there's any reference to the injuries at all of Katy or Mia.
All right.
Judge, I'm very happy that Mr. Armolino accompanied me to listen to the tape, the clip that we received. So we must have had some technical difficulty because the one that we watched only redacted the first minute and everything else was included.
So we cleared that up. Now, your objections are still reserved
Yes, Judge.
for the record. And I'm going to allow the jury to see this.
Judge, as an alternative, we would just ask that there be no sound at all. Let them see the image without any of
I'm
them.
going to give the jury the appropriate instruction on editing recordings. And
And Judge, just a matter of housekeeping, my intention was to substitute the unredacted flash drive with the now redacted flash drive that the court had approved. The witness had already signed and dated the unredacted flash drive and to authenticate it. So I just want to, the defense has no objection. My intent would just to be, we showed you a video the other day. Was it a fair and accurate depiction? And then, so it sounds the defense doesn't have an authenticity objection.
Yeah, that's correct, Judge.
that's
It's just-
perfectly fine. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let's get our jury again.
And Judge, can I just have permission to let the witness know that we have removed some of the audios, just so that he is not surprised by the changes? We haven't spoken to him obviously since yesterday, since he's on the stand.
Okay, you're going to actually bring him in.
Okay,
I'll let him know.
okay, that sounds good.
Do you want to go ahead and get your list?
Yes, sir.
And you'd like to on the stand for the jury.
You're looking right in here.
Sure.
All right, sir, would you resume the witness stand? You remain under oath. Let me advise you that there's some redactions to your body worn.
Okay.
All right, still, same body worn with certain redactions. All right, thank you.
Ready?
Yes, thank you.
All rise.
Everyone, please be seated, thank you. Well, I can still say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope that you're all doing well. Let me ask some questions of you. Have you seen anything in the news about this case? Read anything? Heard anything on television? We want to talk to you about the case, or attempt to speak with you. Have any of you conducted any independent research or investigation to try to gather information about this case? I apologize for keeping you waiting. We had some matters to attend to. Please don't hold it against any of the parties. All right? The witness is going to resume now, and counsel, if you will. You might want to take it back a question or so. You might want to take it
Yes,
back.
yes, Judge, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bruto.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Just to remind the jury, I know it's just been one day. What is your full name?
Robert Bruno.
And you're still here under oath. Mr. Bruto, some of the questions that I was asking you yesterday, I'm just going to repeat again today. On September 4th, 2022, were you equipped with your body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
And did you activate your body-worn camera during your response to this crash?
Yes, at some point I activated it.
Now, body worn camera video, is it in military time?
It's not in military time, it's in world time.
Okay.
So it's completely different. There's a formula to figure out the precise time that it is for your area.
So do you have to convert from universal time to Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Earlier this week, I believe it was on Sunday, did you, Miss Adams, and I view a portion of your body worn camera video?
Yes, we did. It was actually Saturday, but yes, we did.
Okay. And the video clip that we watched together, did it fairly and accurately depict what you saw and what you did on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, it did.
Judge, at this time, I would ask that the exhibit be introduced. If I could just get that from our clerk.
This is not really subject.
All right, so noted,
This is to be for identification.
admitted over objection.
Said exhibit 2B, previously marked by identification, will become said exhibit number 19.
Your Honor, may I publish dates 19?
Yes, I would like to instruct the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to view and listen to an audio-video recording. I'm instructing you that this recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and or listen to and consider this evidence.
Thank you, Judge. And could the witness step down from the witness stand to help me publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes, just keep your voice up, sir. Thank you.
I think sitting is fine for me. All right, and I'm gonna sit in front just in case I need to stop at any points. Mr. Bruno.
Judge, may I?
Of course.
All right, so before I begin to play the clip, is there a date and timestamp at the top?
Yes, there is.
Can you let us know what it is?
It is September 4th, 2022.
And the timestamp 2324, can you convert that to Eastern Standard Time?
It's roughly 4 hours you have to subtract.
So
So it's 20,
in military time, it's 11, so you minus 4, is that about 7:24 p.m.?
About 7:24.
I'm sorry, sir, you're going to need to keep your voice in check.
About 7:24 p.m.
Okay. Whose arm is that, Mr. Bruno?
That'd be my arm.
And is this when you arrived at that second boat?
You're correct. That's approximately when I started the camera. The initial 30 seconds, there's no sound. And then it'll come on.
We have anybody else around? All right, yeah. One, possibly two. South of the ICW, almost by Pumpkin G. It's a big black boat. I'm trying off to the back of it right now.
Mr. Bruno, you said ICW?
Yes, the intercoastal waterway travels
That travels where?
north and south along the coastline.
And also, just like for right now, we're getting rescued here. Like I said, here comes another chopper, so hopefully. Did anybody here witness what happened? In the water. Okay. Do we know if we have everybody? From the other people that's. Was he on that boat? Do we have everybody that we know of? We took one female from that boat and two other people. I know one was a female, but I'm not sure if the other was a male or female. So there were three.
The female that you said was taken off of the other boat, are you referring to Lucy?
Lucy, yes, and an adult female, and then the third one, I wasn't quite sure at that point if it was a female or not.
Okay.
There were three people that left on the boat that left. They went Ellie and Key to be transported to the hospital. So your dad, so we got, everybody's accounted for there, right? Everybody's accounted for. Okay, and the three girls went on the other police boat to Ellie and Key. Okay, that's everybody. That's everybody. Okay. Is this your dad? Okay. You guys want to pull up over here? Morning Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for. You heard what anybody said? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down to get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat. Okay, we've got 3 going to the hospital there. I've got more rescue personnel coming. Sure. Okay. Like I said, will you just sit down so you don't fall down? I see you got some injuries. Okay, I just don't want you to get hurt. They grabbed her as quick as they could, got her in a rescue boat to take her to airlift her to the hospital. Okay. Wait until 32.
You said Marine Patrol 32.
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's my unit number in the unit.
Just south from the SCW, just west of Katy, by Ocean Reef. We need the coordinates again. 25-21397-080-17394. Just be careful. Be careful coming over. Please don't move.
Give it up, let's. Mr. Bruto, at the end of that clip, there was an adult male boarding that boat. Who was that person?
It's Mr. Pino.
Do you see him in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you just identify him by an article of clothing, please?
Wearing a blue suit, sitting over there.
Thank you very much.
Right, so then.
So after the clip that we just watched here in open court ended, what did you continue to do on that boat?
I continued to monitor the two females that were on the back and was just trying to coordinate getting fire rescue personnel as well as other Marine units to get over to get the help that they needed.
How long did it take for other units to arrive to assist you?
I mean, there was an ocean reef rescue boat that showed up approximately 15, 20 minutes after I was there on the scene, and maybe another 15, 20, 30 minutes before more Marine units from the different agencies started showing up.
What was your primary goal when you were on that boat with the defendant and the girls from the boat crash?
Mainly to get them the medical attention that they needed.
Did everyone on that boat eventually receive medical attention?
Yes, they did.
Where did you go after you departed from that boat?
After departed, I escorted the Good Samaritan black boat through the bay. They weren't familiar with traveling at nighttime. By the time we finished everything, the sun had set and it was dark out. So we escorted them back northbound through the bay until they were comfortable to get back to their home port. And then after that, we responded to Elliott Key.
When you went to Elliott Key, who was there?
There were fire rescue personnel, Marine units, FWC units, Coast Guard units. Everyone who was on the scene pretty much responded there.
Were the young girls that were less injured at Elliott Key?
Yes, they were.
Did you see them there?
Yes, I did.
Were they being attended to?
Yes, they were.
How about George Pino, the defendant? Was he being attended to?
Yes, when I saw him, he did have a bandage wrap around his head, and he was speaking with an FWC officer a good distance away from where I was at.
Now, I think you did mention earlier, but just to clarify, was Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office the primary agency investigating this incident?
No, they were not.
Who was the primary agency?
Florida Fish and Wildlife, FWC.
So would you agree that well, let me ask you, were you the primary unit for Miami-Dade?
I was the primary unit that wrote the initial supplemental report or assisting with other agency report for Miami-Dade.
And what does it mean to be a primary unit other than writing the report?
pretty much you gather up all the information and put it down in the report.
And is that what you did for this incident?
Yes, I did.
Did you participate in the investigation after you left Elliott Key?
No, I did not.
All right. May I just have one moment, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bruto. I don't have any more questions for you now. The defense may have a few, and then I may have a few after, but thank you for coming back.
Thank you. Defense, cross.
Judge, may we come sidewalk?
cross-examination. Renee, I need you to take the jury out of the courtroom. Please leave your notepads at your seats. Do not have any conversations with each other. I need 10 minutes, Renee, that's it. You're gonna bring them back in. 10 minutes.
All rise, follow me, leave your notebooks behind.
You can all be seated. If anyone who is here wishes to take a 10-minute break, please do so at this time. We'll be addressing evidentiary matter. All right, counsel. You have
Sorry.
up to body worn, portion of the body worn.
Yes, for this witness, Judge. We
All
don't
right.
have a portion body on camera.
Okay.
That was provided to us by the state
There we
of
go.
discovery.
Counsel's going to show you some. We're asking to view body worn. Don't say anything, just review it. And then counsel's going to ask you a few questions.
Deputy, Mr. Bruto.
Is this your dad?
Mr. Bruto, my name is Mark Shapiro. I represent Mr. Pino. I've been going to play for you some footage, body worn camera footage, which I believe you recorded on the day of this accident. I'm going to ask you to review it and recognize it and tell me if it's fairly and accurately represents what you were observing that day and an accurate recording of your body worn camera device.
Okay.
Is this your dad? Okay, you guys want to pull up over here? Morning Patrol 32. I'm with some parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for. Have you heard anyway, sir? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat.
Mr. Bruto, what you just viewed, does that fairly and accurately represent what your body worn camera recorded on the day of this incident?
Yes, it is.
Play the next one, please. It's also, Mr. Bruto, similar, if not, it's actually exact or virtually exact video that you just viewed a few moments ago while under direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, 1 second. What was the timestamp on the first one? And for the record, Your Honor,
The first one is 04.02 to what? 04.43.
the footage that Mr. Bruto just viewed and authenticated is timestamped 4:02
402 to 443.
to 4:43. The next video is identified as
650 to 703.
6:50 to 7:03. Mr. Bruto, I'm going to ask you the same questions with regard to authentication after viewing it.
Just be careful. Careful coming around. move them.
Mr. Brutto, is the videotape that you just viewed, which is date or timestamp 6:50 through 7:33, does that fairly and accurately represent what you viewed while you were, while your body-worn camera was recording the incident in question on that day?
Yes, it is.
The next video clip, Mr. Brutto, that I'm going to ask you to review is timestamped 8:37 through 9:14.
Please just say everything. I just need to get some information. I'll give you a pad of paper if you can just fill out your information. Did you see what happened? All you did was pick up him? Okay, one. You saw him drifting in the water, you just picked him up? Okay, if you could do me a favor? Write your name, address, a contact number, your FLs, please.
Mr. Brutto, did the videotape depicted at 8:37 through 9:14 fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera footage picked up on the day in question?
Yes, it does.
The next video I'd like you to view is timestamped 27:39 through 28:26.
There's a father that's got concussions and lacerations. That's your dad. He's gonna go there. He's gonna follow you there.
You're gonna be fine.
You're going to Elliott, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna stay with us. For a while, he's injured. He hit his head. Hey, medical comes over. That's what I'm saying. He's medical. He hit his head and he's got cuts. So I would get him checked out. I would get him checked out. He's a dad, but he's got injuries.
Hey, you want to jump in?
Mr. Brutto, is the video that you just viewed, which is timestamped 27:39 through 28:26, does that video fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera footage picked up that day?
Yes,
on
it
September
does.
4th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
And the next video I'm going to ask you to view, Mr. Brutto, is timestamped 27:39 through 28:25.
It's 31:16.
I'm sorry, 31:16. 27:39 through,
It's 31:16 through 31:58.
corrections, 31:16 through 31:58.
Okay, they're all over there. You need to get to work. Help him come over this way to get on German boat. Yes, this guy right here. He's help him. Sir, come this way, please. Everybody, your daughter, everybody's on these boats. You're gonna go with them. You're gonna go with them. Come over to here, so I can get hold on. Right here.
Okay, sir, this is the contact that you need to call for all the girls that are going there. The parents are all calling this lady who's in this Margarita Suarez.
I'll call her as soon as I know where they're all going to. Officer Robert Bruto.
No, Officer Robert what?
Bruto, B-R-U-T-T-O.
Mr. Brutto, does the video that you just viewed, which is timestamped 31:16 through 31:58, fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera footage picked up on September 4th, 2022 while you were working this accident scene?
Yes, it does.
Those are all the videos, right? Oh, actually, there's one more. No, that's it.
You have any questions? Counsel? No? Okay, very well.
That's all for this week.
Take that out.
Judge, we like it. We'll go ahead and mark it now.
there any reason why we can't proceed with the witness at this time?
Not from the state side.
And Judge, this would be defense B in evidence.
Judge, do we approach sidebar? Or we can do it here. I just want to inform the court that as we discussed sidebar previously, we have other
We'll
body
do
worn.
this then after. We're gonna go ahead.
Understood, understood. Judge.
Your Honor, while we're waiting for the jury, is the state going to continue to require that we authenticate the body cam footage of the witnesses
We're
from
gonna
whom?
address that not right now, so
Okay,
I'll do address that.
so we can save time perhaps.
We're gonna go ahead and finish this witness.
Your Honor, with regard to this witness, we wanted to introduce another excerpt of body-worn camera footage of Officer Delgado, who the state advised they're going to be calling this afternoon. Subject to connecting it up with Officer Delgado's testimony. I'd like to introduce it or authenticate now with Officer Bruto.
You got anything else?
I do, Judge. The defense listed all of the state's witnesses, I think, well over a year ago. While I indicated at sidebar, I would have happily produced Officer Bruto if they wanted to meet with him to go over this stuff. I would have done so. I did so for him to go up here for a deposition. I never got that request. Sergeant Delgado, as well as Detective Dalton, were and continue to be members of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office at the time that this happened, and they still are. So it's beyond my comprehension why something as basic in evidence as authentication.
All rise.
Tell me something. We're gonna address this. This witness is going to continue on, you're gonna continue with your cross-examination, start and continue with your cross-examination. When I get to that point, I'll address it again. You see me, everyone? Counsel, you may proceed.
Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bruto. My name is Mark Shapiro. I represent George Pino in this case.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bruto, you and I have spoken previously to meeting here today. Is that right?
Yes, we have.
And that was in the context of a deposition that you gave in connection with this case.
Yes,
Mr. Bruto, you were dispatched to this accident scene at 6:49 p.m. on September 4th, 2022. Is that right?
approximately, yes.
And your arrival time was 23 minutes later at approximately 7:12 p.m. Is that right?
I believe that's when I arrived to Boca Chita, the initial call that went out.
Okay. And do you have an arrival time at the actual accident scene?
There probably is on the dispatcher's tape, but I don't have it with me.
The distance between Boca Chita and the accident scene in this case is approximately
10 miles or so.
And do you recall that you were responding in an emergency mode as you traveled from Boca Chita to the accident scene in this case?
Yes, correct.
Now, the vessel that you were operating that day, I think you described yesterday as a Brunswick 850. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the Brunswick 850 that you were driving was powered by twin 300 horsepower engines.
Yes,
Is that right?
correct.
The top speed in that case is that you've experienced with this boat is approximately 54 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as you were traveling between Boca Chita Key and the accident scene in this case, you were traveling at the fastest possible speed that the safety conditions would permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when I say safety conditions, I'm talking about the prevailing conditions, right?
Correct.
That would include the wind.
Yes.
That would include the lighting,
Correct.
and it was daylight at that time, right?
Yes.
It would also include the waves in the bay. Is that right?
Yes.
Something that we would refer to as the seas.
Correct.
And you, I believe that you testified earlier that you thought that the seas were somewhere between 1 and 2 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so all of these things you must take into consideration when you are operating even a police vessel under emergency conditions when deciding how fast it is safe to travel, correct?
Correct.
And because of the conditions that were present on that day, at that time, it was your judgment that you could travel at speeds at almost, if not the top end of what your Brunswick 850 was capable of doing. Is that right?
Correct.
And you traveled at top end speed in your Brunswick 850 from Boca Chita all the way to the entrance of Cutter Bank Channel. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you reached the entrance of the Cutter Bank Channel, you continued at that same speed, did you not?
For the most part, yes.
As you approached the actual accident scene, the prevailing circumstances changed, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
There were other boats there.
Yes.
You knew that there were possibly people in the water.
Yes.
There was a helicopter overhead, creating unsafe conditions for boaters perhaps, right?
Correct.
And for that reason, since the prevailing conditions had changed, you reduced your speed from top end speed, eventually all the way down to idle. Is that right?
Correct.
As you were heading down the Cutter Bank Channel, right from the entrance all the way to the point that you slowed down, the conditions allowed you to travel safely at nearly 54 or 52 to 54 miles per hour. In other words, the top speed that your vessel was capable of, correct?
Correct.
You have traveled, I presume, and correct me if I'm wrong, through the Cutter Bank Channel previously from September 4th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
in other words, prior to the accident in this case, you have frequently gone south through the Cutter Bank Channel, correct?
Correct.
As well as north through the Cutter Bank Channel.
Correct.
You have good familiarity with the Cutter Bank Channel, which is the subject location in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And it is a long channel, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Approximately 1.5 miles long.
Approximately.
It is a wide channel, as you testified to yesterday, correct?
Correct.
In other words, two boats could easily pass each other in opposite directions. There's plenty of room in that channel for two boats to do that, is correct?
Yes, correct.
If the prevailing conditions that evening were actually more favorable than the 1 to 2 foot seas that you recall today, then it would also be safe to travel at speeds that you were traveling at. Is that right?
Correct.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Bruto, I'm going to show you what is in evidence as Defense Exhibit B. May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Just keep your voice up, keep your voice up. Counsel, for the record, I don't believe that while we looked at already, that it was announced to the jury. You said, your exhibit.
The videotape that we're going to be showing you has already been provided and entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit B. Apologize, Your Honor, I thought I had done that already. For the record, we're going to be looking at, well, go ahead.
Is this your guy? Okay, do you guys want to pull up over here? Morning Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for.
Mr. Bruto, recognize the Mr. Pino in this videotape?
Yes, I do.
He is the gentleman wearing the pink bathing suit, is that right?
I think the one is correct.
Do you know how it is that Mr. Pino got onto the boat that he is arriving at next to your vessel?
I was advised by the operator of the vessel that he saw him drifting in the water near the area where the overturned vessel was, and that he picked him up.
Continue.
Are you hurt in any way, sir? Okay, so please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat.
And Mr. Bruto, I'm going to show you an additional videotape. That's to watch as well.
Just be careful. Careful coming over there. Please don't move them.
Mr. Bruto, that videotape depicts Mr. Pino under his own power climbing from the first boat, which I'll call a Good Samaritan boat, onto your vessel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There did come a time that you learned the name of the owner or the operator of the white vessel that Mr. Pino arrived on. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Let's see the next video, please. Before you go there, Carlos. When Mr. Pino made his way from the white vessel onto your vessel, you did not witness him stumbling, is that right?
No, he was pretty much sitting down, didn't want him to fall and injure himself any further.
You did not notice any difficulty that he had taking himself from the first boat onto your vessel?
Not that I observed.
He did not appear to be off balance to you?
Not that I observed.
Next video, please.
Please just stay a minute. I just need to get your information. I'll give you a pad of paper if you can just fill out your information. Did you see what happened? All you did was pick up him? Okay, what? You saw him drifting in the water and you just picked him up? Okay, if you could do me a favor. Write your name, address, a contact number, your FLs, please.
Mr. Bruto, just for the record, you just viewed video 8:37 through 9:34. Did you learn the name of the operator of the vessel?
Yes, once he wrote it down on the paperwork. Correct.
Mr. David Rodriguez, is that correct?
I believe so.
I'm going to ask you to view the next video that we have, which is a timestamp 27:39 and 27:39 through 28:26.
There's a father that's got possibly concussions and lacerations. That's her dad. He's gonna go there. He's gonna follow you there.
You're gonna be fine.
You're going to Elliot, right?
Yeah. He's gonna stay with us.
For a while, he's injured. He hit his head. Hey, medical comes over. That's what I'm saying. He's medical. He hit his head and he's got cuts. So I would get him checked out. I would get him checked out. He's that, but he's got injuries.
Should I take him to know that? Hey, you want to
Mr. Bruto, you were expressing concern over having Mr. Pino go off with FWC, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And your concern was that Mr. Pino, in your view, might have a concussion, is that right?
Correct.
And on what did you base your suspicion?
Reference to the vessel being overturned, the two other injured parties and the extent of their injuries. He did also have a cut on the side of his head, so he could have hit himself somewhere, and he could have had a possible concussion as well. So I wanted the medical concerns be addressed first before they started any of their investigations to make sure he was stable.
Because safety comes first.
Safety comes first. He could have had internal injuries or anything, so we try and address the medical first.
So in the video that you just watched, which is 27:39 through 28:26, you please let the jury know and for the record, what time did this occur?
From the timestamp up top, subtracting approximately 7:52 or so p.m.
So as of 7:52 p.m., you were concerned about your observations about Mr. Pino. Earlier in the video, your body-worn camera footage, 8:37 through 9:14, you were also concerned at that point about Mr. Pino's possible concussion.
Correct. Correct.
When was it that you first suspected or became concerned that Mr. Pino might have suffered a concussion in this accident?
Just due to the fact when he first pulled up, he had the cut on the side of his head, a pretty good sized gash, bleeding, and the amount of damage to the vessel being overturned and the injuries to the other females.
When you first met or had interaction with Mr. Pino, was your suspicion about his having possibly suffered a concussion, was it made at that first encounter that you had with Mr. Pino? Or near the time?
It's always on my mind anytime there's a violent accident like this, that the people's injuries or the victim's injuries could possibly have concussion. It's one of those injuries that you can't really see, and if they have it, it could be very devastating the longer it sits. So that's in a major accident. That's the main concern, or one of the main concerns for all medical personnel or treatment that we're given.
I want to take you back to video body-worn camera footage at 4:02 through 4:43. And this will be the video where Mr. Pino is being driven up in by Mr. Rodriguez's vessel.
Is this your dad? Okay, you guys want to pull up over here?
And just for the record, Mr. Bruto, can you tell us what the timestamp is on body-worn camera footage, timestamp 4:02 through 4:43?
Approximately 7:28 p.m.
So sometime after 7:28 p.m. Is when you started, is when you suspected that Mr. Pino might have suffered a concussion in the accident.
Correct.
Next video I want to show you, Mr. Bruto, is at 31:16 through 31:58.
Okay, they're all over there. You need to get in front of him. Come over this way here on German stove. Yes, this guy right here. He's gonna help him. Sir, come this way, please. Everybody, your daughter, and everybody's on these boats. You're gonna go with them. You're gonna go with them. Come over to here, so you can hold on. Right here.
Okay, sir, this is the contact that you need.
Mr. Bruto, when this video began, Mr. Pino is on a red vessel. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that one of the fire boats? far as you know?
That is Ocean Rescue's volunteer fire boat. Yes.
And who is it, or who was it that was asking Mr. Pino to come from the Ocean Reef fire vessel onto this other vessel?
That was myself.
All right. And you see, after you ask Mr. Pino to come to your vessel, Mr. Pino goes from the Ocean Reef fire vessel, and he steps up onto the top of the gunnel of that vessel. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what is meant by a gunnel?
The gunnel is just the top portion of the side of the vessel, the structural side of the vessel.
Now, there is not a lot of width present in this gunnel area that Mr. Pino is walking on. Is that right? Or about to walk on?
Approximately 6 or 8 inches.
In the water, correct?
Correct.
While the boat is having movement as the waves and current through the area are taking place. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yet he's able to climb up on the gunnel, right? Walk a few steps, correct?
Correct.
Keeping his balance, correct?
He's holding on. We always ask them to hold on to something when even we do it, and we do the same movements.
Well, that would be the safe thing for anybody to do, right?
Yes, correct.
If someone were impaired by alcohol, for example, they might not make the wise decision to hold on to the wall as they are walking along this narrow 6-inch gunnel. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's what Mr. Pino was doing.
Correct.
Unassisted, by the way, correct?
Correct.
And this is at approximately 7:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, this guy right here, he's gonna help him, sir, come this way.
Mr. Bruto, you saw in the video that Mr. Pino was able to step off the gunnel onto this other separate vessel. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
By the way, do you have any idea whose vessel Mr. Pino was stepping onto?
I don't recall his exact name right at the moment, but I know I put it down on my report.
Good Samaritan?
Another Good Samaritan, yes.
And for the purposes of the record, would you agree with me that the color of this Good Samaritan's vessel is dark gray?
Dark gray, yes.
Give me allowance for the color blindness that you are on that, is that right? Okay. But regardless, Mr. Pino steps off of the 6-inch gunnel onto the Good Samaritan vessel under his own power.
Correct.
Unassisted, correct?
Correct.
Everybody, you're done, and everybody's on these boats, you're gonna go with them. You're gonna.
Mr. Pino then steps up onto the deck area of the Good Samaritan vessel, correct?
Correct.
Again, unassisted.
Correct.
Go with them, come over here, so you can hold on. Come right here.
Okay, sir, this is the contact that you need to call for all the girls that are going there. The parents are all calling this lady who's in this Margarita Suarez, and now we're calling.
I'll call her as soon as I know where they're all going to.
Now, at this point, at timestamp 0034, Mr. Pino appears to be sitting on the gunnel of the Good Samaritan's vessel. Is that right?
Correct.
And he is intending to take himself off the Good Samaritan vessel and onto your vessel. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Officer Robert Bruto.
Oh, no, Officer Robert what?
Bruto, B-R-U-T-T-O.
At timestamp 0:40, Mr. Pino completes the task of transferring himself from the Good Samaritan vessel up onto the gunnel of the Good Samaritan vessel and steps down into your vessel, correct?
Correct.
Unassisted.
He was assisted by Officer Martin Fillings there. In the video, you can see he was holding his arm.
Can you go back and look at that, please?
His right arm.
Robert Bruto.
No, Officer Robert what?
Bruto, B-R-U-T-T-O.
Let's go back a little further. I did not see in that.
Yeah, you see he's got one hand on his elbow and the other hand somewhere at the
No significant assistance from Officer Delgado, is that right?
officer.
I'm sorry, Officer Ford, is that right? He didn't have to put his arms under Mr. Pino to get him out here and go see. All right. Now, any person in Mr. Pino's circumstance that evening, had Officer Flores been there, he would provide the same sort of assistance, right?
Correct, yes.
Whether the person had been in an accident or not, right? In fact, if it had been one of the uninjured passengers of Mr. Pino's vessel attempting to come from the Good Samaritan vessel onto your vessel, and Officer Flores were there, he would provide the same assistance to that.
Yes, correct.
You can proceed. Mr. Bruto, what is the closest physically that you came in contact with Mr. Pino that evening, if you can recall?
Approximately 3 feet or so.
And in those 3 feet, you didn't have any, you observed no signs of impairment at all, did you?
Not that I could observe, no.
No odor of alcoholic beverage, correct?
Correct,
No bloodshot eyes, correct?
correct.
Did you hear Mr. Pino say anything in your presence?
He was talking a little bit, but not that, anything that concerned me.
His speech did not, what you did hear him say, his speech did not sound slurred to you, is that right?
Correct.
And at any time, seeing Mr. Pino, once he was on your vessel, did you see Mr. Pino have a problem with balance?
No, the majority of the time I had him sitting down.
And that was for Mr. Pino's safety,
Correct.
because you knew that he had a head injury.
Possible head injury, yes.
A moment. Thank you, Mr. Bruto. No further questions.
Mr. Bruto, let me ask you, there were a number of teenage girls that were on that vessel that had the platform, right?
Correct, yes.
Did you observe signs of alcohol impairment on any of them?
No.
The attorney asked you about why you were asking another officer, hey, he's a medical, he's got a head injury, get him seen. He asked you why you did that, and you said that one of the reasons why was because of the extent of injuries of some of those other girls on the vessel. I want to call your attention. I want to call your attention to two girls that were on the platform of that. I think some people refer to it as a Van Dutch type of a vessel.
Correct.
What did you observe about them that made you worried that maybe the defendant could be suffering injuries?
I know when I initially checked out Katiana, she had what appeared to be small fiberglass fragments in the back of her head, indicating the head injury. She hit the side of the fiberglass vessel she was traveling in. The other female on the other side didn't have any fiberglass in her head, but her head area had disheveled or messed up, possibly indicating in the fact that she wasn't really speaking, just kind of nodding. Possible head injury on her as well, hitting the vessel. Majority of boat vessel accidents, there's no seat belts. So
Judge, objects beyond the scope of the question.
Excuse me?
This is exceeding the scope of the question.
Sustain. Let's do that. Go ahead.
In terms of those two young ladies that were on the platform, when talking about Katya, or Kati, was she ever conscious when you were dealing with her?
no,
What about the other young woman?
other than just nodding her head when we would ask questions, that's about it. She didn't really speak at all.
Now, after you had escorted the person who was the owner of that vessel that had stopped that Good Samaritan with the large boat and the platform, after you had helped escort him safely back through the nighttime waters, you indicated you came back to Elliott Key, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And the defendant was still there?
Yes, he was.
There were fire rescue workers there?
Yes, they were.
Were there what they call fire boats?
Correct.
And is a fire boat basically a boat that is operated by the fire rescue personnel?
Yes, correct. They're fire trucks for the water.
So had Mr. Pino needed immediate assessment or attention to get him to the mainland, fire rescue had the means to do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you see him there walking around with all these other fire rescue people. Nobody's taking him anywhere.
correct.
The attorney asked you about the manner in which you responded to the initial call, first going to Boca Chita and eventually finally finding the people that are in the Cutter Bay area. First off, when you were responding to that call, does a police boat have like lights on it like a police car would?
Yes, they do. The emergency lights as well as a siren.
Were your emergency lights activated as you were heading up to Boca Chita?
Yes, they were.
Did you have teenagers who had been drinking on your police boat with you?
No, we did not.
Did you have with you, though, two other officers that could serve as lookouts to help make sure you're safe as you're traversing up to Boca Chita?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever operate that vessel without looking where you're going for 9 seconds?
No, I did not.
Did you hit a channel marker on your way to respond to that emergency?
No, I did not.
Did you have 2 beers while you were on your shift that day?
No, I did not.
Were you responding to what you understood to be a life and death emergency?
Yes, I was.
Would you consider going to a dinner party a life or death emergency?
Objection, Judge.
No.
No other questions?
All right, thank you. No, sir. The witness is excused. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Yes, we are. That's what we're going to do. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. Do not discuss the case. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. Be back up in the jury room, please. Work by 1:15. Again, do not discuss this.
Quiet in the courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss this case with the judge or with anyone else. For your jury, that is well displayed. I'm advising everyone in the courtroom there'll be no contact or communication with any of the jurors. Even if you leave courthouse, if anyone attempts to speak with you or in your presence about the case, please advise them, remind them you're on the jury. If they persist, let Renee know that. All right? Very well. Again, we'll be opening the jury pool at make it 1:15. Please go upstairs. Thank you.
All rise, follow me. Bring your envelopes.
seated. We'll give them a moment to work their way down the hallway. And we are going to be in a lunch break. We're going to hear a couple of the members here. We're going to take our lunch break. So let's talk about what we have to be up to.
We have Sergeant Delgado, we have Detective Dalton,
Or we have Sergeant Delgado,
Detective Dalton, Andrew Mescalado, and also Mrs. Pino, Mrs. Cecilia.
Okay.
And that should take us up to the time where we're gonna then go up to FWC.
Okay.
And I've been in communication with them, they'll be ready for us when we go up there tonight.
Okay. So let's just do some for housekeeping for purposes of smoothness. In terms of these witnesses, all right, in terms of the defense.
Yes, sir. So with regard to Officer Delgado,
Now, this is, just so we're clear, your intention to introduce defense evidence through state witnesses.
that's correct.
Okay, so before I get there, all right? As in terms of Sergeant Delgado, what evidence would you be intending to introduce through the state witness?
Just through cross-examination, which I believe defenses, obviously we're permitted to engage in.
Of course you can cross-examine. I'm talking about what evidence you would intend to introduce through a state witness.
We received discovery of videotape from the state of Florida, body-worn camera footage.
Okay, so it's body-worn camera footage. And that is part of the discovery. You received this part of the discovery.
That's correct.
And will state be able to be presenting evidence through a body-worn camera?
Yes, Your Honor, that is the, those are the clips that were sent earlier this week. I think it's.
That I had already addressed. it.
Yes, that they were gonna be admissible.
Okay, that's fine. So, there's additional footage from the body-worn that you've listed these witnesses as defense witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you would like to introduce defense evidence to the state witness. And sometimes that occurs, sometimes that doesn't occur. Okay? Since they're all listed as your witnesses, you should be, from what I understand, that's not going to take place with any further witnesses. I allowed it with this witness because of the circumstances we found ourselves in, and the witness was able to, during a short break, authenticate portions of the body-worn camera, but it's not required or mandated that the state agree to have the defense present evidence through their witnesses. Generally, the defense calls their witnesses to have witnesses and presents their evidence. Sometimes it's done, sometimes it's not done. Yeah. It's not a problem either way, but I do just like some state. And the state is not forced. Whether it's state evidence and discovery is provided, that's your case, you should put your case on, that's fine. Sometimes it's done to alleviate the problem with bringing the witnesses back. But it's not a requirement of the state to do that, okay? You have your cross-examination, it's fine, but what happens is also, there's not going to be a recross under those circumstances if you are going to admit any defense evidence, okay, as a state witness's testimony, I'm not gonna say you're gonna probably maybe show me a case on rule of completeness, because it's a body, is that what you're gonna show me? I got your body on camera, and you're gonna complete, because that's the exhibit, but they can present their evidence, and you have evidence to present, even though it might be somewhat duplicitous or from the same larger footage. You do that when you present the witnesses, and allow for the substance, you just make sure from the state that if there's going to be through Sergeant Delgado, the state intends to introduce body movement footage, and we've already addressed it. The additional body movement footage that the defense, and I'm going to say it's not the same body movement footage.
It is, Judge.
Oh, it is.
Yes. This,
The same.
we were presented with 6 clips in connection with Sergeant Delgado. And it is at least one of those clips that we intend to use in the cross-examination of Sergeant Delgado.
This is evidence that the state is going to be presenting.
I don't know if they're going to introduce it or not, Judge.
Well, that's my point I'm trying to make here. They can present their case the way they wish to present their case and present their witnesses with their evidence. They're not required or mandated, and I'm not going to require or mandate the state to then list these witnesses and subpoena these witnesses, and I would have instructed the last witness that you would have to come back so that you could present your evidence with the witness. Even though I didn't see what the rule of completeness says, okay? Under these circumstances, it's not an agreement. I'm not going to force the state to allow the defense to present evidence through their witnesses. Not going to force that. So,
Just, first off, I would say that the rule of completeness has to do with statements by a person. For example, the state can't cherry pick one part of a defendant's statement and not the other. So I don't think the rule of completeness
I'm not
is even
even
applicable.
the legal part of it, I don't think it's relevant really to my
Beyond that, Judge, yes, there were 6 clips. One is 5 minutes long, one is 50 seconds long, the third is 2 minutes, 10 seconds long. Those are Sergeant Delgado arriving at the vessel where Lucy Fernandez is and the initial triage. Then there is the transfer of Lucy from the police boat onto the helicopter. Then there is his arrival at the vessel that had both Katy and Mia. And then there are 3 clips that involve the defendant. One is 30 seconds, one is only 7 seconds, and the third one is 1 minute and 18 seconds. That's what we litigated previously. I have all 6 of those clips on this body of work, or excuse me, this jump drive. And I'm ready to introduce them. The witness has already authenticated this jump drive. He's watched all of these clips and can verify that they are clips from his body worn camera from September 4th of 2022.
Now, defense, is it the same that you're going to be cross-examining, or are there additional portions of his body worn camera that you would like to ask the witness questions?
As I said, Your Honor, we are going to be cross-examining this witness either today or sometime in the future, depending on the court's
Well,
ruling.
it might be a direct examination sometime in the future,
That's correct.
right?
Depends on the court's ruling in this case, of course, but yes, it is the exact, the alterations is the exact clips.
Those are the
out of-
ones?
Those exact ones. Not necessarily all of them, but we're not utilizing anything in addition to what the state has provided to us. Within those, I think there were 6 clips in total.
Let's not confuse or mince words. You got a body worn that is in total much longer than these specific clips. These are excerpts. Let's call them excerpts from the body.
That's what I'm referring to, Judge, just the excerpts that were
So
provided
it's
to
the
us.
same excerpts
Yes,
that you're going to be using in cross-examination.
that's correct.
Okay. Well, then there's really no issue. What's different with the last witness was there were additional excerpts from the larger body worn that's why we had to stop for you to have the witness authenticate to allow, for me to allow you to then move forward to conduct your cross-examination of a state witness. So, that's a non-issue.
Yes, because I'm going to be moving this
That's
into evidence, and if he wants to replay it for the jury.
I just wanted to avoid, having to do direct examination and then to have to take another one day to do an authentication. Like just have to. So we're avoiding that. So that's Sergeant Delgado.
Judge, just to be clear, there are how many excerpts?
There are 6 excerpts, Judge. I'm not looking to replay.
So there's 6. Let's assume the state decides this afternoon to introduce 5. Let's just assume that.
She just said she's gonna
Let's
introduce.
assume they change their mind.
I'm not gonna change counsel. Let me tell you all this. We're not gonna do this, okay?
We're just trying to save time.
I'm getting the commitment right now because this really impacts the jury and everyone else. So if I'm giving representation as an officer of the court from the state, they intend to introduce the 6 experts. Right?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
that's it. So there's no further discussion. There's not gonna be a change. That's okay. So that takes care of the Dalton. Then we have to check the Dalton. Is there anything in terms of physical evidence that is going to be introduced through Detective Dalton that you might encounter the same concern?
No, I'm not introducing any body worn camera footage.
Okay, so, let me ask this with regard to Detective Dalton.
Yes, Judge, we have some body worn camera footage excerpts from Detective Dalton.
Okay, so,
Same situation.
no, it's a little bit different situation, because the state's not introducing any past portions of the body worn camera. Okay, through the witness. So, that's a witness you have under subpoena, right? Okay, and so when, if you wish to present witnesses in your case in chief, then you will present Dalton, Detective Dalton, in your case in chief.
Understood.
Okay, so we're gonna go back. And back with regard to. Now, I understand it's the discovery that was provided by the state, and you wish to call that person in your case in chief. Fine, we'll introduce, because it would have been authenticated, introduce the witness, and then they're gonna be cross-examined. Okay. What about Ms. Below? That's the attorney, right?
Right, that's the attorney who represented the Pinos in civil litigation.
Right, okay, so, are there any, what are we doing in terms of documents?
The interrogatories that
That was already introduced.
they're already in evidence, and I just wanted to ask him, and I believe I would be entitled to ask him questions about the facts that he was given to file a motion in that civil litigation. However, I don't think it's gonna really make or break the case, and I know the defense doesn't want me to do it, so I'm just gonna ask him questions about the preparation of those 2 interrogatories.
Okay, because I have the case, and I'm not multitasking, I didn't glance at it though. So I'm not sure.
The case that they gave, I don't think is on point in any way, shape, or form to what I'm doing here. But, you know, there's been just so many stops and starts. I'd like the case to have some continuity.
You can decide to do whatever you want to do, I'm not gonna interfere with that. But if there's an issue that needs to be litigated about that witness, at least we have 2 witnesses before that we can address and move through, and that might be a time to take an break.
Understood.
Okay, so, and then, you know, I think if that's gonna be the last witness
For today, yes.
for today, and are there any documentary pieces of evidence
No, because the interrogatories are already in
already
evidence.
in minutes? Okay, good. So we're gonna take a lunch break now until, let's see, 1:25. And then we're back at 1:25, thank you.
See, I should have bring lunch.
Whenever we're gonna have to stop bringing lunch. Next time I'm here, I'm bringing lunch.
He questioned pretty much in the plea that he hasn't seen this guy. In between, he's gonna have a doctor. He's gonna have a couple other witnesses.
Hey, honey.
You know, I gotta go over here. Let me go over here and get some. Because I asked them this morning, did they have anything?
You get a break tomorrow morning.
And I was told no.
Oh, we get a break tomorrow morning.
Oh, wait, okay, talk to you later.
You don't need to be there. Jenna will take care of it, and Gus will take care of it. You don't need to. Yeah. And she's gonna be doing no trouble. So, yeah. And she's gonna do it first, and she's gonna knock it out in 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Oh, you did? Oh. That's why I said 10 minutes, and you're gonna be done. Oh, I see you. Oh, yeah. Oh, why didn't they ask James? James not in trial. No, we're not. And he would do it. Even Richard. Oh, he's not here. Okay, that's why. That's why. But you know she don't mind.
I know
She don't mind. She don't mind. I know. Just look at him garbage over there. Yes, goodness.
She covered the weekend, right? In particular,
Yeah.
Yeah. And when I tell you, it's all kind of nasty.
What do you mean she covered weekend?
In tennis, I do the show.
Yes, yes. I know.
Okay.
But things I like when you think I don't like them, and this is here. So, okay, when this trial is one thing she had to do between this calendar. No, I know. Okay. So, I know same thing with Gail already know. Yeah. That's why I said this is good. She don't have to cover calendar. She didn't do calendars. Right. Yeah.
So here, when I finish up here today,
Yeah.
I'm going to exchange.
Yeah, before you leave. Yeah, absolutely. But the traffic is not bad because
Exactly.
school is on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Vanessa, just be careful. My supervisor called me and said they're picking up everything he's talking about. Mhm.
just so that you know,
Yeah.
I thought I was the court reporter on this.
But you're not. Okay.
So,
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. I need a transfer board.
Who was that for? From Chris.
Let's see the calendar so I can get the name of the event.
All right. I will implement the presiding.
All right, everyone be seated, thank you. So, ready to bring the jury in?
Thanks so much. I think that my witnesses are on the other side of the hallway. Can I just make sure they're there so that?
Wait till we're done there. Okay, other than that, there's nothing else to do, right? Okay, yes.
Judge, so for the viewing of the vessel,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino is going to waive his right to be present if the court will accept that waiver.
I have no problem with that. I'm gonna ask Mr. Pino, though. I think Mr. Pino's been sworn already.
Yes.
Today. Mr. Pino, we're going to be conducting the view of the vessel. We're scheduled to do that tomorrow morning. But we are going to actually be in court in the morning. Everyone's gonna be present, we're gonna be giving instructions to the jury, and then that's when we're gonna all meet. You have every right to be present during this, field trip, and present as the jurors are viewing, and they will have an opportunity to walk around the vessel, and they can get in the vessel, come out of the vessel, there'll be no conversations, but they're gonna be permitted to do that, and I'm gonna set a certain amount of time for that. I understand that you do not wish to attend this viewing of the vessel, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and you have a right to be there, you know that?
Thank you so much.
Okay, has anyone influenced your decision in this
Not at all.
way?
Not at all, Your Honor.
So this is purely your decision.
That is correct.
We are going to continue with the proceedings though, but we probably won't be, we'll be back. Excuse everyone for lunch, and then we'll probably resume in the afternoon, somewhere around, say about this time, about 1:30. because I think it will take us that long to accomplish.
Okay.
Said,
That's,
no
that's,
problems with
that's
that?
fine, no problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it.
Judge, for scheduling reasons, I'm going to be calling Mr. Mescalato and Ms. Pino initially, and then I'll call the police officers.
Fine, that's fine.
I figure they're getting paid to be here.
That's fine.
All rise.
Please be seated, thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay. After lunch, we are ready to proceed. State and call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state will call Andrew Mescalado.
Sir, please step forward, face the court, raise your right hand, please sworn.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You may have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Mescalado.
What is it that you do for a living?
I'm a maritime attorney.
How long have you worked in that type of field in law?
It will be 20 years this September.
Okay. Are you a sole practitioner or do you work with other attorneys?
No, I'm a partner at the law firm of Furtick and Gramling. We're located in Fort Lauderdale.
About how many attorneys are in that firm?
We have 3 partners, including myself, and 4.5 associates.
And a half?
A woman that works part-time.
Gotcha. I would like to ask if you and your firm were retained to defend George Pino and his wife Cecilia Pino in regard to a lawsuit filed by the parents of Katarina, also known as Katy Puig.
We were retained for that lawsuit, but we were involved before the Puig's lawsuit against the Pinos.
Understood. But you did in fact represent George and Cecilia Pino in conjunction with that lawsuit?
Yes.
Do you see George Pino in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's the gentleman on my right side of the defense table with the blue blazer and blue tie.
For the record, pardon me?
Please stipulate.
Mr. Mescalado, could you tell us, do you, in the course of your practice, engage in a process called discovery?
Yes.
Could you explain what is discovery?
So one area of my practice is representing persons in civil lawsuits. And the rules of court in Florida allow for certain activities in litigation, whether you're the plaintiff or the defendant, to better understand the issues raised by the adverse party, and to gather information you would need to discuss settlement or prepare the case for trial. So the rules of civil procedure allow for, in simple terms, written discovery where you're sending certain kinds of papers to the adverse party. And they also allow for live testimony in terms of a deposition. They allow for medical examinations of people that have injuries. There's various tools you can use to prepare your client's case for trial.
Are interrogatories one of those tools?
Yes, the written discovery I was describing includes interrogatories.
Okay. Can you describe for the jurors what is an interrogatory?
It sounds technical, very simple. It's a list of written questions that your attorney sends to the opposing party, asking questions about liability issues, damage issues, other information that's pertinent to the case. So the questions are sent. The party that receives them has 30 days to read them, object, or answer under oath or under penalty of perjury.
In the course of your representation of Mr. and Mrs. Pino, did you receive from the Puig's attorney a list of those questions, also known as interrogatories?
Yes, we received 2 sets of interrogatories from the attorneys for the Puigs. One was directed to Mr. Pino, and the second set was directed to Mrs. Pino.
In order to answer those interrogatories, did you have to communicate respectively with Mr. Pino and Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
And is that because you were not there at the time the subject of the lawsuit occurred, specifically a vessel crash that occurred on September 4th of 2022?
In part, yes.
Okay. Now, in order to answer a question as to how the crash happened, did you have to rely on information from your clients?
In part, yes.
And did you tell your clients that the answers that they would give on these interrogatories had to be truthful under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two exhibits which are in evidence. And they are states exhibits 13 and 12. Are these the interrogatories that you responded to, respectively, as to number 12, George Pino, and 13, Cecilia Pino?
Yes, these look to be the interrogatories.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
No questions, Ron.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State your next witness, please.
Your Honor, does April call Cecilia Pino?
And would you please stand up and be sworn? Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. You may have a seat, Ms. Pino.
Please keep your voice loud and clear into the microphone. It's important to just wait.
Okay, got it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes. My name is Cecilia Pino, and I am the wife. Sorry. My name is Cecilia Pino, and I'm the wife of George Pino.
Do you live in Miami?
I do.
How long have you lived in Miami?
My whole life.
You're how old?
I am 51.
Sorry, have to ask. Do you work?
I work with my husband.
Okay, what kind of work or business are you on?
Real estate.
What is the name of your real estate agency?
State Street Realty.
What kind of real estate, or is it residential? What kind of?
It's commercial real estate.
Judge, I can't hear very well.
Oh, sorry. Commercial real estate.
Thank you, thank you. If you think you're yelling, it's okay.
Okay.
Now, I know you said that you're married to George Pino. Is he in this courtroom right now?
Yes.
Okay, do you see him and can you identify him with
Yes.
part of his clothing?
Blue tie, blue shirt, and a suit.
Okay.
Stipulate.
And your husband, he's the CEO of that real estate agency?
Yes.
And you are in charge of the community relations, something along those lines?
Community relations, and I'm a sales associate as well.
Okay. And your father-in-law, is he the chief financial officer for that agency?
Yes.
And what exactly is the work that your husband does?
He sells real estate. He leases and sells real estate.
What kind of real estate?
Commercial real estate.
Okay. Has he been able to work since the time of this crash?
He goes in and he's working to the best that he can.
Okay. And does he actually have properties listed under his name as the selling agent?
There are several selling agents on all the listings.
But is he one of the listed agents on?
Yes, he is.
Does your husband drive a car?
Yes.
And has he been able to drive since the time of the crash on September 4th of 2022?
Yes, he drives.
Has your husband traveled internationally in December of 2022?
No. Internationally? No.
Did you go out of the country at any time after the vessel crash on September 4th, 2022?
We have gone out of the country.
Okay. To where?
We went, my daughter studied abroad and we went to Spain to visit her.
And when was that?
I believe it was March of 24.
Did you travel in December of 2022?
We did.
Where?
To Seaside, Florida.
To where?
Seaside, Florida.
Where's that?
The Panhandle of Florida. We're near Pensacola.
And what was the purpose of that trip?
We went on a vacation.
Okay. I want to call your attention to the Labor Day weekend of 2022. Was there a birthday party celebration for your younger daughter?
Yes.
And she was going to be turning 18, is that right?
Yes.
How many girls were invited to attend the festivities over that weekend?
There were, including my daughter, 12 girls.
Okay. Where were they supposed to stay for that weekend?
We rented a house that we all stayed in.
Okay. Was this house like a mansion?
No.
Can you describe to the best of your ability what it looked like?
It was a typical normal house. It had about three bedrooms and bathrooms.
Okay. Did you guys have inflatable mattresses for some of the girls?
I believe we did, yes.
Was there a party planned for Sunday night of September the 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And was that supposed to be at a place called The Point?
Yes.
Who coordinated that party?
My husband did.
Were you involved in the planning or paying for that party?
No.
Before that party, did you and your husband take these 12 girls, including your daughter, out onto Biscayne Bay?
Yes, we did.
I have an exhibit here. It's State's Exhibit number 8 in evidence. Can you take a look and tell me if this list represents the people that went out that weekend on the boat with you and your husband, including you and your husband?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And aside from you and your husband, were any of these people over the age of 21?
No.
When you went out into Biscayne Bay that day, was this the first time your husband had ever operated that boat?
No.
Had you ever operated that boat?
Yes.
How up on that day on September the 4th of 2022? Can you tell the jurors, did you operate that boat?
No, I did not.
Who was the only person that operated the boat on September 4th of 2022?
My husband.
Did you serve as a lookout either on the way out toward Billy's Point or on the way back?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was there a cooler on your boat that had alcoholic drinks that afternoon?
There was.
Did you film a video that afternoon of the girls singing and dancing along to the song Uptown Girl?
I don't remember the song, but I did film the girls dancing and singing.
Showing council States Exhibits 2G and 2H for identification. Mrs. Pino, I'm showing you States 2G and 2H for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize what these photographs represent?
Yes.
Are these accurate photographs of what a bottle of Chambord and what a bottle of Prosecco looks like?
Yes.
The state moves 2G and 2H for identification and evidence.
No additional objections.
State Exhibit 2G, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 20 and 2H 21.
And to be clear, States Exhibit number 20 is a bottle of Chambord.
Correct.
What is Chambord?
It's a liqueur.
What kind of flavor does it have?
Like a berry flavor, I think.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit number 21, a bottle of Prosecco?
Correct.
Is that kind of like champagne?
Yes.
Do you ever combine Prosecco with Chambord?
Yes.
Did you on September 4th, 2022, while out at the sandbar?
I did. I had in a Yeti. I put some Prosecco and a little splash of Chambord.
Okay, and how many of those did you consume?
I had one or two.
Okay. I'm now showing you State's Exhibit number 10 in evidence. Do you recognize the girls in this photograph?
I do.
Are these the girls that were on your boat, with the exception of Mia, who took the photograph? Are these all the girls that were on your boat?
Yes.
They were all about 17, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you know how it is that your husband wound up smashing into channel marker 15?
The accident, how it occurred?
How did he wind up crashing into it?
I do not know.
Why not?
I was looking at my phone trying to send a text to the moms, a video of the girls dancing. I was trying to send it to the moms, and I remember looking at the blue line and being upset and frustrated that it wasn't going through the text, and I was looking at my phone.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit number 1. Who is this?
Lucy.
And she died because your husband crashed into that channel marker, right?
She died because there was an accident.
I asked you if she died because he collided with a channel marker.
Judge, I'm going to object to argument.
Sustain. Anything else? Sustain.
No other questions?
Ross?
Judge, can we have a brief sidebar? Brief, very brief. No questions at this time. Sorry.
Okay, so there's no cross-examination, and the witness will be under subpoena.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, thank you.
State, you may call the next witness.
I'm sorry, I just need to find my papers.
All right, take a moment.
Peter Delgado, please. Sergeant Peter Delgado.
So please step forward, raise your right hand, and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Help me God.
You may have a seat, Sergeant.
Sir, can you keep your voice loud, please? Even if you think you're yelling, it's okay. Microphone's this way, the jury's that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Delgado. I am a sergeant with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, pardon my voice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you worked for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've worked for the Sheriff's Office for 10 years now.
All 10 of those years, has it been called the Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors what the change was?
Yes, ma'am. We recently had a transition from the Miami-Dade Police Department to the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. 1961, we were a Sheriff's Office, we became a police department, and we are now a Sheriff's Office again.
Okay. Has that transition changed the type of work that you do as police agency?
No, ma'am. We still have all the same functions.
Can you tell the jurors, what is your current position within the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. My current position is Sergeant of South District. I'm one of the supervisors in the south end of the county. It's the largest area in Miami-Dade County. Been a supervisor now for 1 month down there.
And when did you become a sergeant?
May 11th.
Okay, well, congratulations on your promotion. What is it that you were doing prior to becoming a sergeant?
So my prior assignment, I was assigned to the Marine Patrol Unit Underwater Recovery Team.
And how long did you work in that capacity?
6 years.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, what is your day-to-day life like now as opposed to what it was when you were with the dive squad?
Yes, ma'am. My current assignment now is to supervise road patrol officers, ensuring that they're doing their duties as officers. Paperwork, mostly administrative, handling complaints, making sure reports are turned in on time, and that arrest affidavits are correct.
You were in, forgive me, what is the name of the unit that you're in again?
Currently or before?
Current, pardon me, prior.
The Underwater Recovery Team, Marine Patrol Unit.
Okay. Is it fair to shorthand it with Marine Patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you go into that agency or that part of your agency?
I believe it was November 2019.
Before that, what were you doing?
I was a road patrol officer in the Hammocks District of Miami-Dade Police Department.
So were you one of the officers that you now are tasked with supervising?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is it that fostered your transition from working as a road patrol officer to going into the Marine Patrol?
I had a passion for diving as a child. I became a police officer like my father. We had a dive shop when we were growing up, and I was able to mix both professions into one.
Could you tell the members of the jury what kind of tasks were you called upon to do when you were in the Marine Patrol Unit?
My primary day-to-day tasks as a Marine Patrol officer was evidence searches, vehicle searches and recovery, unfortunately person recoveries, article searches, anything of value that a bad guy would throw in the water, we would go search for.
I want to ask if on September 4th of 2022, were you working as a Marine Patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a call to go out to an area of Biscayne Bay where a boat crashed crash had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember about what time of the day it was that you got that call?
It was noontime, later in the afternoon, around 6:30, 7 o'clock approximately.
Where were you when you got that call?
I was at Black Point Marina.
Is there a police station of sorts there?
Yes, sir. As we, Marine Patrol has 3 operational offices. Black Point Marina is 1, Matheson Hammock Marina, and Pelican Marina.
Are you the only person that's at that location, Black Point Marina, when this call comes in?
No, ma'am.
Were there other officers that you go with to this call?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, because you were a member of the underwater recovery team, would it be normal for you to go out on a call like this?
Yes, due to the fact that, we are boat operators as well.
Got it. So who, if anyone, do you get on a police patrol boat with once you get that call?
I got on the vessel with, at the time, Officer Bobby Bruto, and I believe Thomas Kennedy.
What was the staffing like for that weekend?
That weekend, it was because it was a holiday weekend. We usually have all personnel working, so it was a little bit more beefed up than usual.
Even if it took a while to ultimately get to the scene where help was needed, did you ultimately make contact with a person that you later learned was named Luciana or Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury, where was that location?
It was on the scene of a boat crash, marker 15 at Cutter Bank.
Sergeant, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 2, which is in evidence. Do you see a series of green dots on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those dots represent the general area of Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, will you just step down for a moment, please?
Yes, please.
Would you be able to point out, using this chart, the approximate location where you and Officer Bruto wound up responding?
Yes, ma'am. The area was approximately here.
Thank you. Can you describe for the jurors what's happening when you get to that location? What do you see?
Upon arrival via vessel, we observed the medical helicopter, Miami-Dade fire helicopter, dropping down a paramedic, I guess with some sort of harness. I don't know exactly what the terminology would be for it. And several vessels with people on board.
Okay. Are you familiar with the police term to arrive on a 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors, what does it mean to arrive on a 3?
Yes, ma'am. To arrive on a 3, a code 3 in Miami-Dade County is a high priority emergency, which means arrive with lights and sirens.
Was the police boat that you were on equipped with emergency lights?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys use sirens too on boats?
We do have sirens.
Can you describe, once you arrive there, do you see a person that is having CPR performed on her?
Yes, ma'am. It was a very chaotic scene. A lot of people everywhere. Once we got up to the boat that the bystanders that were attempting to help were on, and we identified that they were actually doing CPR on Lucy Fernandez. We went boat to boat and began to board the vessel to render aid.
Once you get onto the vessel where Lucy's at and CPR is being performed on her, are you all able to put her on a backboard?
Once we board the vessel, yes, we did.
What is the importance of having a backboard for something like that?
The importance, especially out on the water on a trauma victim, is for stabilization of the patient. It's to make sure that if she has any injuries that we cannot see, especially to her spine, nervous system, brain, to try to contain it as much as possible because we don't want to hurt her.
Can you describe the process by which you actually strap somebody to the backboard?
Yes, the backboard has several straps, and we do cross-body strapping to the victim to make sure that they're secure.
Do you have to tuck in their arms?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you do that?
We try to cross them across their chest temporarily, just to make sure that we don't cause any more injury or entrap them while we're moving them.
Once Lucy is placed onto the backboard, are you and your coworkers able to transfer her from the Good Samaritan boat onto a police boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the same police boat that you had arrived on?
No, I think it was a different vessel. At that point, it was a larger vessel.
Do you know an officer by the name of German Alec?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he there at that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have a boat that was a little bit bigger than the one that you and Officer Bruto had been on?
Yes, ma'am. The Officer Bruto and myself responded in what we call an 850 impact, which is a soft collar boat with 2 engines. Officer German Alec at the time responded with a triple engine contender. It's about 35 feet long.
Is it a bigger boat?
It has a lot more room in the back to perform our duties.
Is it a faster boat?
Yes, it is.
Now, what was the weather conditions like that afternoon going into the early evening hours?
It was a light chop in the bay. It was a pleasant day for the most part. A little bit of chop in the bay.
Even if you're on a larger vessel like a contender and the seas are relatively calm, if you're speeding through the waters, is it going to be bumpy?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe?
So while you're moving underway, especially as you're picking up speed, you're going to go over chop, and that's going to cause vibration and movement in the vessel. Especially when you're trying to get on plane, the waves are hitting further back, so you're still receiving impact and motion on the vessel.
What do you mean when you're on plane?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
When on plane, it means that your vessel is almost at the best running angle and speed, where you're touching the least amount of water and creating less drag. So that's where your vessel becomes more optimal for traveling at speed.
Was the Elliott Key Ranger Station the closest place to where you were at that time that a helicopter could land?
That is usually the case because it has a big clearing that we use. And usually those helicopters, because we can't just land them anywhere, that's usually the spot that we land them.
Do you, in fact, remain on the boat that Lucy was placed on when it starts to depart?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it heading toward Elliott Key Ranger Station?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what was going on the back of that boat as you were en route to Elliott Key?
Yes.
Judge, 9401, 9403.
Go ahead.
While in emergency mode, while performing CPR, we were on the vessel. We were with the paramedic. The paramedic was attempting to intubate and to get a positive airway for Lucy while we were doing CPR and trying to get the AED machine, the defibrillator, to try to see if the machine, if she was in what we call defibrillation, to get her heart started again. So we performed CPR to the best of our abilities while underway. It was very hectic, but we did the best we could until we got to the ranger station, or to Elliott Key.
Have you had to undergo certification in and training in performing CPR on someone?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have you gone through that type of training?
We do a yearly training, and I am one of the instructors.
In a best case scenario, patient is on flat ground. Is performing CPR easy to do?
No, ma'am. It is extremely strenuous and very physically demanding.
Can it sometimes result in bruised ribs or even broken ribs when done properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you perform CPR on Lucy yourself the whole way, or do you rotate out with other officers?
No, ma'am. I did not perform CPR solely myself. We rotated amongst the other officers due to fatigue, and we wanted to maintain the correct rhythm and depth of compression. So we all rotated.
Does there come a point in time when you wind up actually at the Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, was Officer Alec going as fast as he could to get there?
I believe so, ma'am.
Even if under the best of circumstances, it's difficult to perform CPR, what was it like trying to perform CPR on Lucy as you're underway in this boat?
Extremely difficult.
Did the fire rescue worker have trouble trying to even intubate Lucy?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us about how long it took to get from the scene where you had recovered Lucy till the time you get to Elliott Key?
It was definitely more than 30 minutes, I feel.
Can you walk the jurors through what happens once you get to Elliott Key?
Once we're at Elliott Key, again, myself and the other officers that are rendering aid to Lucy, we hear the helicopter as we're coming in. We're continuing compressions on her. We'll continue to perform CPR. Once we get there, we, as a team, get her off the vessel on the backboard and walk her while holding the backboard with her on it to the helicopter for an extraction.
What do you mean extraction?
Where they put her on the helicopter and lift her out of there.
Okay. Once you get Lucy onto that helicopter, do you stay at Elliott Key Harbor?
No, ma'am.
What do you do next?
We go to, well, we make the decision that we need to go back and help the other patients.
So do you go back to a scene where there's a larger vessel that has a platform on the back of it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your primary focus once you get to that second vessel?
Triage.
What do you mean by that?
For what that means is that I'm going to start to evaluate different patients for injuries and treat from the worst. The worst takes priority. So we try to help the people that are in most need with what resources we have.
Okay. At some point while you're dealing with that boat that has a platform, does another vessel come along with a person that you later learned is named George Pino?
Yes.
Did you ever make contact with George Pino that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see George Pino in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing he's wearing so our record will be clear?
George Pino, blue tie, blue suit with a pin.
Stipulate.
In your mind, at that time, was George Pino a criminal defendant?
Not at that time.
In your mind, was he someone that needed to be triaged and assessed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever handcuff him?
No, ma'am.
Pull a gun on him?
No, ma'am.
Yell at him?
No, ma'am.
Threaten him?
Not one.
Did he ever lose consciousness in your presence?
Not while in my presence.
Did he ever appear incapable of understanding what's going on?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear like he was maybe in shock or dazed?
No, not really.
Was he responsive to requests that you made of him?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, do you wind up leaving that secondary vessel and terminating your work for that crash that day?
At the end of the shift, yes.
Okay. I want to ask if you were asked to come back to the Cutter Bank area the very next day.
I was.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what was the purpose of you going back out there?
Yes, ma'am. So as part of being a Marine Patrol diver, part of our responsibility is to assist other agencies with evidence searches or whatever it is they need. We responded to conduct an evidence search of the crash site.
I want to ask you a little bit more about your position specifically as a police diver. For how long have you been a police diver?
At the time, approximately 3 years.
Did you have to, even if you already knew how to scuba dive, did you have to take specific training in police diving that would be different from like recreational diving?
Yes, ma'am. I have extensive training. My current title is Master Scuba Diver Trainer and Specialty Instructor.
Can you describe what the difference is between recreational diving and diving for police business?
The difference is that when we, as for recreational diving, you would be looking at fish or it would be joyful. Or when we do police diving, it's for a single purpose, and that is recovering evidence, things of evidentiary value.
Can that even be at nighttime?
Yes, ma'am.
Can it be in murky waters?
Yes, ma'am.
Can it be in waters where you hardly have any visibility?
Sometimes zero.
And can it mean sometimes retrieving dead bodies?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, when you went out to Cutter Bank to assist with the police diving, who was the agency that was leading that effort?
FWC, Florida Fish and Wildlife.
If any evidence was recovered from the bottom of the bay, who would be responsible for ultimately impounding it and preserving it as evidence?
It would be FWC.
Okay, but you're there just to assist?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times over the course of your career by that time had you done police dives, do you think?
Police functions, hundreds at that point.
Now, was this near the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you if you can tell the jurors a little bit about what the channel markers for that channel look like.
There are a set of, there's basically, it's a channel that runs approximately north and south. There's two sets of channel. There's markers on the right side of the channel, markers on the left side of the channel, or east and west. They are green on the east side of the channel, and they are red on the west side of the channel. And usually the color distinction or means red right return is the term we use that lets you know that you're heading into land or that land is on that side. And that lets you know that your orientation if you're traveling without a GPS or anything like that.
Showing council states 2E and 2E for identification. Sergeant, do you recognize the channel markers in states exhibits, 2E and 2D?
Yes, I do.
Are these pictures of channel markers 14 and 15
Yes, ma'am.
in Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
I've moved states 2D and 2E for identification and evidence.
Objection.
State Exhibit 2D, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 22. And State Exhibit 2E for identification will become State Exhibit number 23.
So Sergeant, I'm going to first ask you about States Exhibit number 23. I see a red triangle with the number 14 on it.
Yes.
So if this triangle shaped red marker is in Cutter Bank, where would we know to look for that on that chart that I just had?
That marker would be if you're traveling southbound down that, it should be on your right-hand side or port side.
Let's make it a little easier for the jury. I'm going to show you now States Exhibit number 1C. Pardon me, let me show this. Do you recognize the location depicted in States 1C?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an image of where Cutter Bank is?
That is a very accurate depiction, yes.
Okay. You want to make the witness have permission to step down for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
So if a person is traversing, could you please respond? Okay, so if a person is going from the north to the south, okay, on what side of this exhibit would the red triangle markers be?
The red would be closest to land, which would be this side.
Okay. And so looking at States Exhibit number 23, channel marker 14, where would that be in relation to this channel? Is it toward the northern part or to the southern part?
Southern part.
So that would be there. And now if I look at States Exhibit number 22, we have a green square channel marker. Where would that be located in relation to Cutter Bank?
Directly across from 14 here.
I'm sorry, I need you to keep your voice up.
Sorry, ma'am. It would be right here across from 14.
Okay, so can I ask you to hold on to States Exhibit number 23? And you hold that up, and I'll hold number 15 up. Is this kind of like an approximation of what we would see as we're approaching channel markers 14 and 15.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Permission to see you home.
What are those channel markers made out of? Are they plastic?
No, ma'am.
What are they?
Usually the channel markers, especially in that area, they're made of steel columns. And the channel marker itself, the one that has numbers and the colors, is usually aluminum.
Okay. And can you describe what type of aluminum this would be?
Like a stop sign. It's a very, very robust piece of metal.
Can you describe what happens to things that are in salt air and salt water?
Yes, ma'am. They're frequently replaced due to corrosion. They rust.
Are they prepared with any specific type of paint to try to help prevent that?
I believe so. I think they almost use the same stuff that we use on the street signs here, like the stop signs, so that they last longer to the elements.
Have you ever operated a vessel in that area at nighttime?
Yes.
Are you able to see the channel markers at nighttime?
It's very difficult until you're very close.
What about in the daytime? Is it difficult at all to see the either red triangles or the green squares?
From my perspective, on a clear day, no.
During that police dive that took place near Cutter Bank, was there a capsized vessel there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what it looked like?
A boat upside down with heavy damage.
What kind of a boat was this?
I don't remember the exact make and model of it. I know it was a twin engine vessel.
Did it have a canopy?
I believe it did. I'm sure it did. It was just, I think, underwater or destroyed.
Okay. Did you locate anything in the vicinity of that capsized vessel during your police dive?
Yes, ma'am. During the evidence search, I was tasked to look for small articles. I ended up myself locating several cell phones and I believe a set of earrings.
Lastly, Sergeant, I want to ask you, on the day that you responded to the scene where Lucy was and then went to that secondary location, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was, ma'am.
Okay, and also known as BWC.
Yes,
Fair to
ma'am.
say?
Mhm.
Okay. Did that BWC capture what was going on around you as you were either at the boat where Lucy was initially or your transportation of her from that location to Elliott Key Harbor?
My body worn camera, I activated it the entire time I was there.
Were clips of that body-worn camera footage prepared for the jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't have to sit here for hours watching you traverse, say, from Black Point Marina up to Boca Chita?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity prior to this trial to look at each of those clips that were isolated for you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were those clips true and exact copies of what your original complete body-worn camera footage was?
Yes, ma'am.
And after viewing those clips, did you actually affix your initials to the jump drive that they were placed onto?
I did, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel seats 2F for identification. Inside this purple envelope is a jump drive, and it says the word Delgado, and then there's a couple of scribbly looking
That's
things.
me.
Did you put your initials on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that to signify that you've seen what's on this jump drive and it is a true and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, let me just have one more second. Yes, it's not in yet. Sergeant, I'd like to ask when you saw these clips, are they individually labeled?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move states 2F for identification and evidence.
Yes, Judge, previous objections.
Noted. Objection.
State Exhibit 2F, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit number 24. 24, Judge. You're welcome.
Your Honor, may the witness step down so we can observe his name?
Yes.
Sergeant, if you sit there, I think everybody will be able to see.
Your Honor, may you approach before these videos are shown, please? Thank you.
take a couple of few moments and look at something, leave your notepads at your seats, please, and witness can also step outside, please don't discuss your testimony.
All rise, follow me. Keep your notes.
Oh, very well. Can you see it? Thank you. Want to post anything?
Can you see?
Yeah, I'm good.
Just for the record, this is going to be states number
1 through 6.
24. Thank you. This is states 24. There's clips that are labeled 1, arrival and triage, 2, transfer Lucy, 3, arrival at JP boat. The next one is Pino 1, then Pino 2, then Pino 3. I'll just play them in series if that's all right. Yeah.
Ready, so when I get on board, I can set it up. It's over. When I'm ready to go on board, I'm setting it up. Setting it up. 1, 2, 3. You know the big one. He's looking at me. Let us work. Let us work. I got the feet. Don't fall. Let me try to get this on. Let me know when you're through. You guys know we're coming.
Your Honor, that clip is 5 minutes. The next one is going to be 50 seconds, and this is styled as transfer Lucy.
Your Honor, unless my memory is failing me, I don't recall these ever being displayed in court.
The next clip is styled as arrival at JP boat. That's 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
What vessel? This one here must be a little off. Who else needs to go? Who else?
The next clip is titled Pino 1. It's 30 seconds long.
Who else needs to go? Who else? Guys, what do you need?
We're trying to get every one's everyone wants LED.
Okay. They're working. You guys need a mop for us.
She's a serious issue also. So we're going to be
Yeah.
That was only 7 seconds, remember?
Okay.
This one is 1 minute.
Take care of that over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think backwards. I think I take care of this. I think back here. Right. Do not do drugs. Hey, are you guys going around yet? Do you have Yeah, Sassy, I'll talk to you. I love you. She's the one broken. She has a broken arm, right? Who has a broken arm? And I think you come back. All right. Is it bleeding? You're all right. All right. Happens. Relax. Fall asleep. Let me get to the bottom of it. All right, Mom.
All right, I'm ready to adjust. Clip number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are admitted of any defense objection. As far as clip number 1, the arrival up to the point of reaching Ms. Fernandez, the officer getting on the boat, initial, getting her on the backboard, moving her over to the other boat. Once she's over to the boat, that's that. Nothing after that. There is still defense objection, I believe. I'll let you make your own objection. But nothing after, once she is transferred to the larger police vessel. No, he described it in his testimony. That's sufficient.
Would I be able to publish these, but just stop it at that moment and then replace with another one that has?
That's
that
what I was
part?
going to ask. To ensure, make sure we're gonna get to that point as soon as you see, and we see the transfer,
Yes,
that's where the video stops.
absolutely.
I know the defense still has objections, make whatever objection you have to anything else, but that's out.
So we filed pretrial motions on this. We continue to insist that all of this is, it's hard to watch all of us here watching it, including members of the audience who are obviously affected by it. And I think that unfortunately that it's going to have that kind of effect on the jury. And we What else can we say, Judge? Stop for yourself.
Understand, I have to balance again, whether or not relevant evidence, I'm finding it's relevant, whether or not it becomes unduly prejudicial. I think what I'd excise out, it's not necessary to the jury's understanding of the issues of the case. The rest, well, difficult, it will be difficult to see, there'll be other evidence, I'm sure that's already been admitted, and other evidence that will be difficult to see. Anyone who feels uncomfortable or unable, I'm gonna ask anyone who is unable to be in the courtroom, instead of having responses in front of the jury, it would be more appropriate to please remain outside.
And since the court had already admitted the narrative from the witness, what we have now is just corroboration of that which is not in dispute. So we are not disputing what the officer described. Our view is that the jury need not see it to believe it. We all know that it happened. We're all sorry that it happened, but is it really necessary for the jury to have to see it in order to determine the issues in the case? We think not.
My answer on that is preserved where any review is necessary. Okay, so with that caveat again, if anyone even thinks that they may become uncomfortable with anything, it's best to stay outside. So there's no response in the jury. All right, what do you think? And if anyone's going to be outside, Renee's bringing the jury, when he brings them back and forth, just be very certain not to display any kinds of, and this, again, is a general comment to everyone, please not to display any kind of emotions.
So that the instructions are clear, because the record doesn't have what you've seen. The moment when at clip number 1 stops.
Do you want the witness first before I bring the jury?
Yes.
So that as to clip number 1, the jury will not be observing the administration of CPR? Is that?
Once there's transfer to the larger vessel, which is then brought to the helicopter, that's in clip 1. That's when it's stopped. That's when it's going to be stopped, upon the transfer onto the other boat.
May I ask if I can just very quickly go to the very end of that, just so that I can give the exact counter
Sure.
number
Let's get
where
the
that
number.
is.
Then I recall another clip at the helicopter where there's CPR being performed there as well.
All right.
Is the court allowing that?
Was at the back end of the helicopter transfer, right? At the end of the second clip, you can see inside the helicopter that there's CPR being performed.
In the background, I think.
In the background.
Let me double check.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the rolling.
That can stay.
Over objection. Thank you.
Judge, you want him to take the seat now?
Judge, can I just have one moment just to look at the mark where I,
So, very happy. Right in the.
I will stop it, Judge. The counter is at 1 minute 34 seconds.
That's where you can stop
Yes. Rashad, the witness to come back and be seated.
Ready?
Yes.
All rise.
Please be seated, thank you.
Your Honor, I will now list State's Exhibit number 24. Click 1.
Stay So when I get on board, I can set it up. These guys over there. Why don't you look on board, please?
For the record, it stopped at 1 minute, 37 seconds left. Publishing clip number 2. Publishing now clip number 3. Sergeant, may I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you, Your Honor, may you have permission? Sure. The first 2 clips that we saw pertain to you arriving on the vessel. Sure. Pertain to you arriving on the vessel that Lucy was on and then transferring her to the helicopter. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
This 3rd clip, where are we seeing you now?
This was already, it's already, the sun's setting.
Hold on, let me play a little bit of it. By now, are you on your way back out to the waters?
Yes.
And do you wind up encountering a large vessel that has the platform?
Yes.
Okay.
One vessel. We might have borrowed.
This vessel here, is this what kind of thing is the Van Dutch vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, were there any people on the on that platform?
Yes, there was.
Upright or lying down?
Several lying down.
This one here must be a broken lock. I'll walk, right? Who else needs to go?
Yeah, I don't have any feeling.
Well,
The person that's standing here with a pinkish bathing suit, who is that person?
That was a defendant.
I can't hear you.
So that is the defendant, George Pino.
Next, playing the clip Pino 1.
who else needs to go?
Yeah, I don't have any feeling.
You're welcome. Guys, what do you need?
We're trying to get every single time we brought to LAT, guys, can't go to other people.
They're working. Got it. You guys need a back for
She's in serious condition also, so we're gonna need.
Yeah.
Now playing Pino 2. And now playing Pino 3.
Take care of that over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. I think your back hurts. I think I can hear my ribs. I think back here.
Sergeant, let me ask you, is this you communicating with the defendant at this moment?
Yes, it is.
Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going right in? Do you have Yeah, that's it. I'll talk to you. I love you. Look this way. This is how to talk to She's the one that broke it. She has a broken arm, right? Who has a broken arm? Is it bleeding? All right. Got it. Relax. Fall asleep. Let me get to the bathroom. All right, Mom.
Sergeant Delgado, are you familiar with the term PFD?
Yes.
What is a PFD?
It's a positive flotation device. It's a device that we use on the water. It's when you're boating, if you fall overboard, it keeps you afloat face up. So
Also
you
known
don't,
as a life jacket?
life jacket as well.
And you made sure to put one on George Pino before moving?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions?
Else?
Good afternoon, Sergeant Delgado.
Afternoon, sir.
I'm Mark Shapiro. I represent Mr. Pino. You and I have met previously, haven't we?
Deposition, I believe.
That's correct, sir. Any person, any civilian that is brought onto a vessel of the Miami-Dade Police Department, now Sheriff's Office, is the policy that a personal flotation device be put on that person. Is that right?
I don't know if it's written in policy, but it's a procedure that we use to look out for the well-being of the person.
What is the law in Florida as to who must wear a personal flotation device?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
If you know.
Just saying.
Minors under a certain weight. Oh, sorry.
Sergeant Delgado, persons who are 6 years of age or less must wear a personal flotation device if they're on a moving vessel. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you're over 6 years old, there is no requirement that you wear a personal flotation device, right?
No, sir.
And I presume that in your time at the Marine Patrol, you would often patrol the sandbar areas around Elliott Key. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on any given weekend during the summer at the sandbar near Elliott Key, there are a number of boaters out there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The vast majority of those boaters are not wearing
Objection relevant.
personal flotation
Objection
devices.
relevant.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
The vast majority of those boaters are not wearing personal flotation devices, are they?
The vast majority, no.
Now, somebody will get a ticket if their 6-year-old or less is not wearing a personal flotation device, right?
That's correct.
But again, adults have the option, there's no requirement that they wear one.
Correct.
But for safety reasons, the county wants any civilian brought upon any of their vessels to have a personal flotation device put on. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that is for liability purposes, isn't it?
I believe so.
The county doesn't want to get sued.
Believe so.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you were referring to the channel markers at Cutter Bank. Do you remember that?
When I was asked, yes.
Yes, you were specifically asked about channel markers number 14 and 15. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that they are opposite one another. Do you recall your testimony?
Yes, sir.
In fact, they are not opposite one another, are they?
I believe they were.
Isn't it true that channel marker 14, the red triangle channel marker, is well to the north, at least a couple hundred feet to the north of channel marker 15, which is to its south?
I don't recall that part.
If that in fact is the case, then you would be mistaken in your earlier testimony that they're opposite one another. Is that right?
If that is true, then I would be mistaken.
And typically, channel markers are set up opposite one another so that when a boater is going through a channel, they can see that there's additional markers. Everywhere there's a marker opposite one another, they know that either they have reached the end of the channel or there are more ahead. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if it is in fact true that channel marker 14 is not opposite channel marker 15, that could produce a confusing situation for a boater going through the channel at Cutter Bank. Is that correct?
I honestly wouldn't say so. Not a confusing. It's usually a red and a green marker.
No doubt there is a red and a green marker, but if they're not opposite one another, as you believe that they are, it could cause confusion.
If you're counting numbers.
The purpose, or your main priority that afternoon, that evening, was to provide triage service for any of the passengers who were injured in the accident. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were dispatched from Black Point Marina, as you testified earlier, once you got the call that an accident had occurred. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we saw a video in State's Exhibit number 24 that you were making your way down the Cutter Bank channel in order to get to the accident. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the person who was driving the boat next to you, that was Robert Bruto, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you made several trips, I believe, or at least more than one trip, between the accident scene and Elliott Key Harbor when you were bringing patients back and forth. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And that was your priority that day. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Rendering aid.
And there came a time when you actually began to perform triage on Mr. Pino. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that is because Mr. Pino himself was injured in the accident.
Yes.
And Ms. Adams asked you a few minutes ago if, while you were providing triage to Mr. Pino, whether you had whether you had placed Mr. Pino in handcuffs. Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yes, sir.
Was there any reason that Mr. Pino gave you to put handcuffs on him?
No, sir. Not at that time, no.
Mr. Pino was concerned about the safety of the people that had been injured, right?
He appeared to be, yes.
He made some inquiry about that, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't presenting any sort of danger to you, was he?
No,
He was also an injured passenger, wasn't he?
that is correct.
In fact, he was bleeding quite severely from his head, wasn't he?
There was a little bit of blood.
I'd like to, if you could step down.
May I?
Sure. And I'd like to play, yeah, over here, sir, thank you. I'd like to play the clip known as Pino 3, which is on State's Exhibit 24.
Take care.
I heard Mr. Pino say, I'm fine, thumbs up, take care, right?
Yes.
And even appeared to throw a kiss at somebody. Didn't he?
On video, yes.
All right, do you know who he was speaking to?
No, sir.
He was, play again. Continue on.
Back over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think I can hear the ribs. I think back here. We got you, right? Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going on yet? Do you have any more three that
Recall Mr. Pino saying to his daughter, Ceci, I love you, after saying, I'm all right, I'm all right.
I just wasn't paying attention to what he was saying at the time.
Understood.
I was checking his injuries.
Okay. Continue.
Excuse me.
Thank you, right? Thumbs up. Take care.
Excuse me.
I,
Is there an objection?
there's an objection because this is not in evidence. The state's evidence is number 24.
That's what I said.
It's not the same item though.
It's Pino 3. State's Exhibit 24.
One of which we had before about authentication. So take the exhibit, if you would please.
I got it right here, Judge.
And we'll just substitute them and you can cue it up. If you would, thank you.
Sergeant Delgado, I'm showing you what is actually State's Exhibit 24, which was placed into evidence. Thus far, does it appear to be any different than what you viewed just moments ago?
No.
Thumbs up. Take care of that over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think I can hear the ribs. I think back here. We got you, right? Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going on yet? Do you have any more three that
You're providing a medical assessment essentially of Mr. Pino at this moment, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you ask Mr. Pino, or you tell Mr. Pino, do not close your eyes.
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Due to the head trauma, we always take into account, we don't know the severity of the impact caused to the head. The head, even if it's a small cut, can bleed a lot. But again, I don't know the severity of his impact to his head.
And if there was a concussion, for example, a traumatic brain injury, then closing the person's eyes, leading to them perhaps go to sleep, could be a dangerous thing for that person, correct?
Could be.
Right. And that's why you told Mr. Pino not to close his eyes.
Correct, to remain because that lets me know his alertness and conscious level. If he falls asleep or if he starts to wander off, I wouldn't be able to monitor his condition.
In fact, you tell Mr. Pino to close, not to go to sleep at one point, don't you?
Correct. I believe this is not to sleep, but keep your eyes open.
And at this point, you can see that Mr. Pino is bleeding pretty good from his head injury. Is that right?
It looks like it's starting to dry.
But you see a significant amount of
Yes,
blood,
sir.
don't you?
Yes, sir.
So This is what I'm talking about. She's the one with a broken, she has a broken arm, right? Who has a broken arm? Alright, is it bleeding? You're right. Alright. Happens. Relax. Fall asleep on me. Let me get to the back work. Alright, Mom.
So you heard at the end there, Sergeant Delgado, at the end of this video, that you advised Mr. Pino not to fall asleep on it, correct? And for the same reasons that you just testified a moment ago. That's correct. Now, also, you may return to your seat. Also, Sergeant Delgado, were you performing triage on your own at that moment, or were you getting assistance from other officers?
There was several officers on scene.
There were flashlights, there was lighting on Mr. Pino as you were performing triage, wasn't there?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to see clearly Mr. Pino's face, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You had an opportunity clearly to see Mr. Pino's eyes, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you were within 2 or 3 feet of Mr. Pino at any given time while you were performing triage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At any time, did you notice or make any observations about Mr. Pino that he might have been impaired in any way?
At that time, I wasn't looking for that, sir.
Okay. At no time did you
No.
see anything that would indicate to you that Mr. Pino might have been impaired? Is that
Correct, sir.
Did any of the other officers who were performing triage with you on Mr. Pino tell you that they observed any indication that Mr. Pino might have been impaired?
Not to my recollection, sir.
Had yourself or any of these other officers that were present there determined or made observations of impairment on Mr. Pino, you would have advised the investigating officer in the case, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you did not do that.
Did not do what?
You did not advise the lead investigating officer because no observations were made by you. Is that
Correct.
right? Well, thank you, Sergeant Delgado. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Any reason that?
Sergeant, even if the law doesn't require somebody to wear a life jacket, is it generally safer to do so?
Absolutely, ma'am.
The attorney asked if the county doesn't want people to get sued. And you said that that's part of the reason maybe why when a civilian is on your boat, you put them in a life jacket. Do you think it might also be that the county doesn't want people to die?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask our nice clerk to mark this, please. Showing council states 2I for identification. Sergeant, I'm showing you a demonstrative exhibit. It states 2I.
Objection, Judge. Comes that one.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Sergeant, I'm approaching you again with states 2I for identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it's not a very pretty drawing, but we see
Very accurate though.
Cutter Bank, and there's a red triangle 14 that if this is due north
Yes, ma'am.
and this is south, if channel 14, say, is here and channel marker 15 in a green square is here, to your recollection, is this basically what we would see as we're going from the north to the south through Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, there is a navigation. I'm sorry, ma'am. There is a navigational reason for that. It's for an old maritime sailor explained to me once. So the reason that the Coast Guard designs the markers at a catty quarter angle like that and not makes them run parallel is because at night, you know that if you're traveling from a square or green to the red and onto a green, you're staying within the channel and it's safe to navigate.
Are these channel markers opposite each other?
They opposite each other.
No other questions?
Any recourse?
I have no recourse, Judge.
No.
There are none.
Witnesses and statements, thank you.
Judge.
No.
There are none.
Witnesses and statements, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State your next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state would call Detective John Dalton, please.
Please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand this time.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good evening, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Could you please introduce yourself to our jury?
How you doing? My name is Detective John Dalton.
Where do you work?
I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office in the Traffic Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with Miami-Dade? Well, initially police department and now sheriff's office.
Working on my 31st year.
Could you explain to the jurors what was your initial assignment within that agency?
Initially, when I started, I was on road patrol.
How long were you a road patrol officer?
Approximately 4 years.
After that, did you want to switch gears and do a different type of police work?
Yes, ma'am. I went into investigations.
Can you tell some of the jurors different types of investigations that you've handled
I did
up to when you went to traffic homicide?
general investigations, shootings, burglaries. I did prostitution. I did.
Wait a minute. You did prostitution?
Well, I was actually a certified decoy doing the prostitution details.
Okay.
So I worked prostitution. I did street level narcotics. Again, shooting, stabbings, burglaries, general investigative work.
Are you familiar with the term FTO?
Yes,
What is an FTO?
a field training officer.
What are your responsibilities if you're an FTO?
You're actually an officer that works on the road that trains all the new officers that are coming out to basically get them up to speed on being an actual one-man effective officer on the street.
For how long were you an FTO?
Off and on, probably 4 years.
I want to ask if in 2016 you wound up going to another investigative unit within your department.
Yes, I did. I went to traffic homicide
How many times have you worked in the traffic homicide unit?
twice. I'm on my second round.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, the first time that you were in the traffic homicide unit, and for shorthand, do you all call it the THU?
Yeah, THU.
How long were you in the THU the first time?
From 2016 to 2020.
Okay. And then did you go somewhere else within your agency?
Yes, I went to Marine Patrol.
How long did you stay in Marine Patrol?
from 2020 to 2024.
And then where did you go in 2024?
I went back to traffic homicide.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the training that was required for you to become a member of the traffic homicide unit?
So far, it's an ongoing training. We take training classes every year. So far, I've had just shy of 400 hours of training. It's in basic crash investigation, traffic crash reconstruction, at scene, occupant kinematics, which is like what an occupant in a vehicle does during a crash, along with pedestrians, bicycles. There's several courses that we take throughout the years.
Do you learn about using math calculations in order to help reconstruct a crash scene?
Yes, trigonometry.
Also, how about photography?
We do photography. We do all of our own photographing of all of our own scenes and everything. So we take a photography class as well.
Are you familiar with the term total station?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what is total station for measurements?
You probably all have seen one and don't realize what it is. You've seen the land surveyors on the side of the road have the tripod set up with the machine. So that machine is made by a company. It's several different companies. The ones we use are Nikon, and it's an actual electronic machine that measures a specific point that you look through an oracle. You place the crosshairs on a specific point, and it actually takes an exact measurement from where that tripod is to that exact point.
Would that be the orange poles that people hold up?
Yes, you can either shoot a pole that another detective is holding for your exact point, or you can shoot actual solid marks that you have, like a telephone poles or curbing or anything like that, something that's not going to move.
Can you tell the jurors within the traffic homicide unit, if a fatal crash happens, how is it decided who's going to lead up that investigation?
It's on a rotation. It depends on who's up, who has the actual the more cases or the least amount of cases. But for the most part, it rotates. In our traffic homicide unit, the day shift where I work, we have 4 detectives and 1 supervisor, and then afternoons has 4 detectives and 1 supervisor, and we rotate amongst us.
About how many cases of fatal traffic crashes have you been the lead investigator on?
Probably upwards over 200.
And how many fatal traffic crashes have you assisted with?
Oh, over 800.
In addition to investigating how a traffic crash happens, do you also have to perform a function called NOK notifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what that is?
NOK stands for next of kin notifications. That's where we, myself, and then the backup detective and usually supervisor respond to the house of the victims, and then we notify them. It's probably one of the most difficult parts of our job. We notify the victim's family that one of their loved ones has passed away in a crash. It's generally a tragic event. It's not expected.
I want to talk a little bit about your time with Marine Patrol. You were there for about how long?
4 years approximately.
Why did you go into the Marine Patrol unit?
So I did my 25 years with the police department, and then we have a thing called DROP, Deferred Retirement Program. So traffic homicide is a very grueling, very taxing unit. You are on call every other week, and it's on call long hours. You get called out any hour of the night. Sometimes I would leave the house, 6, 7 o'clock in the afternoon. I wouldn't get back till the following day at 6 or 7 at night working one case. If there's leads on it where you're closely developing leads, you will just continue working through the case until you get to the end of it. So when I went into the DROP, I wanted to go to a unit where I could relax a little bit, thinking that Marine Patrol was going to be that unit. And boating has always been one of my things. And I've owned boats since I was 13 years old. I was born and raised in Miami. I've been on boats my whole life. So I wanted to go to a unit that I really enjoyed doing the out on the water.
Now, as a Marine Patrol officer, were you tasked with the responsibility of investigating a fatal vessel crash?
No, we do not handle fatal. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office does not handle fatal crashes. We only handle boat crashes that are minor in nature, less than $1,000 with no injuries. Anything with injuries or fatal is going to be with FWC.
Do you think that the training and experience that you had as a traffic homicide investigator was helpful to you when you would investigate vessel crashes, even if death or serious bodily injury did not result?
Yes, because as a traffic homicide investigator, you have a different dynamic of looking at crashes. You definitely have a different way of looking at just even a minor crash. I think to the extent that I've gone so far as I can look at most vehicles as a damage on a vehicle and tell you exactly what happened in the crash. And it does correlate over to boats as well. Even though there's a vast difference between boats and cars, it does correlate over just because it's impact damage. And impact damage is what you normally look at.
Back on September 4th of 2022, were you working as a Marine Patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to a location known as Cutter Bank or Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever been there?
No, ma'am. I've been through Cutter Bank several times. I mean, well over 100 times in my personal and my professional career.
And is that location in Miami-Dade County?
Yes.
Can you describe for the when you arrived to that scene? What were you looking at?
When I arrived, there's several law enforcement vessels, as well as I believe a Coast Guard and I believe there was a fireboat from Ocean Reef was there as well. But there's several law enforcement vessels and they're all rafted together. Rafting together means that they're all tied together. So I was one of the last ones to arrive because I was coming from Miami Beach where I was fueling up the boat. So I arrived and I actually pulled up on the end of the chain of boats that were lined up.
When you're rafting together, like one boat tied to the next, do the boats just stay stationary all by themselves?
No, but obviously it's water. It's fluid. It's dynamic. You know, everything moves around. So when you raft up, everything is generally still floating, moving around. Nobody's anchored because at any time you need to pull the lines and get moving, especially in this type of situation.
Were you the last in the line of vessels that were rafted up together?
Yes, ma'am. I was the last boat tied up to an FWC boat.
Can you describe what the additional responsibilities are for a vessel operator that's the last of the line for that?
So in general, when you're the last one, you're actually the one that's controlling the movement of the entire line, because if you don't control the movement, the boats can actually wrap around each other and become a problem, because you'll start getting, if they go backwards, engines will start getting into engines and becomes a problem, or the bows start touching each other. So your job as the last boat in the sequence would be to keep kicking the engines in and out of gear to maintain that line as straight as you can and not allow the vessels to wrap or to get, to put yourself in any type of bad situation or cause damage.
On that particular night, if you're the operator of that vessel, do you stay on that vessel even if there are other vessels and other people that might need help?
I was captaining the vessel. You stay on that vessel because you have to maintain control of your vessel.
Now, at some point while you're there, are a number of teenage girls brought over the rafted boats onto the boat that you were captaining?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of the girls that came over onto your boat seriously injured?
No, ma'am. They all had minor injuries.
At some point, do you disconnect from all these other vessels and take these girls somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am. So as a rule, a policy for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, anytime we put anybody other than law enforcement on our boat, everybody gets provided with a PFD. You all know what they are. It's the personal flotation device or a life vest. The ones we provided, the Coast Guard approved orange life vest. You see them when you go on a cruise. You see them. They're sold by pack. When you buy a new boat, they're sold by a pack. Everybody that enters onto our vessel gets provided with a PFD with a wraparound strap. So all the young ladies were brought over the boat. They were all given a PFD, and they were all advised to sit down on the console's front bench, but only seats 2, and then on the floor in the front.
Where did you take the girls?
To Elliott Key.
Okay. Did you go very fast to get there?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
They were in a panic-stricken moment. They were asking me, please don't drive fast. Please, please, please. Please just get us there safely. But they were in a more of a terrified panic state, asking me not to drive fast. And it was getting dark as well.
In that kind of a situation, are you going to use GPS to get you to Elliott Key?
So nightfall was coming on us. A GPS, when it's lit up bright, will blind you to what you're actually looking for. Generally, when you're going to run from one spot to another at nighttime, you're going to use markers, and you're going to use reflective signs on the markers called day markers. So you can use a GPS, but it's going to be very dim, but you don't solely rely on that. You look at your markers while you're running. You're going to be running the ICW channel all the way up.
Is it ever safe to navigate solely looking at your GPS device?
No.
Once you bring the girls over to Elliott Key, Are you involved in any further investigation of this case?
No, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned something about that you went to the Marine Patrol unit because you were kind of, I think, sliding into retirement mode.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you like working there?
In Marine Patrol?
Yes.
Absolutely. It's a great job.
Why did you leave?
I ended up having 3 pinched nerves in my neck. So I suffered some physical setbacks from the constant pounding of the boat. The sun beats on you constantly. It's truly a young man's job. Your knees, and as well as it's very taxing, very fatiguing on the body, being that we work 10-hour shifts and you're required to be on that boat, 7 to 8 hours a day on the boat. It's a taxing job for the operators and the Marine Patrol officers on the boat. So it's very fatiguing to you.
Any sense of how Bobby Bruto lasted so long in Marine Patrol?
No clue. You would have to answer that one.
Maybe that is this tall?
It's possible. The county does take every measure for us. They do give us fatigue pads to stand on, so a brutal beating. We do have some boats that have shock absorbing seats on them to sit down on, but for the most part, you're standing up for most of the time, conducting law enforcement duties.
I want to ask you if over the course of your career handling traffic crashes, has EDR data become really important in those investigations?
Absolutely.
What's an EDR?
It's an event data recorder, which is a black box. I know you all have heard on an airplane, they always talk about recovering the black box. So vehicles have an EDR, which is a black box in the vehicle as well. It records events such as when you're involved in a crash. It goes back and stores 5 to 10 seconds worth of data on that box. And then we're able to use that with a system that we have to download it. And it tells us exactly what the vehicle was doing, the dynamics of the vehicle, driver inputs, everything to that nature, steering, percentage of gas, percentage of brake, everything basically what happens to that vehicle, as well as speed and impact points. And it also covers change in velocity, which is when there's an impact, it moves at the opposite direction.
Are you familiar with GPS data that is gathered on vessels?
I know what GPS is.
In terms of knowing what it is, not in terms of.
I know what it is, but I don't know anything about downloading it or analyzing. I've never done that.
But you use GPS in your job?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you say that it is not safe or that you would not find it prudent to navigate a boat solely using GPS?
So as it gets dark, every vessel is required to turn on their lights, navigational light, green on the front, anchor light on the back. There's no set highways. There's no curbing on the water. Boats are free to travel in whatever direction they want, obviously, except for going through channels. Channels is something that you have to stay between the markers for fear of running aground more than anything, causing damage to your boat. So that's why channels are marked. That's why they're called channels. And it's the safe way to navigate through shallow areas of the waterways. Twofold, for you to be safe, and number two, to not damage any of the waterways out there, to damage the sand flats or the corals or anything like that. A secondary thing is you never know what boats are coming, and GPS doesn't pick up boats. The only way you can pick up a boat is with a radar unit. And a radar unit only picks up a trail on it. So if you were solely to navigate your boat just by that, it would have to be a radar unit and a GPS unit as well. But it's you have to have your head on a swivel at all times, looking for everybody coming different directions. It's literally pitch black out there with a little tiny red and green light on it and a white light on the back of the boat. And the lights definitely get lost in the city light backgrounds, so you don't see them all the time.
What about in the daytime? Would it be safe to navigate a vessel looking only at your GPS screen?
Again, same rules apply during the day. There is no lanes. There's nothing designated on which direction you have to go. So vessels are coming from all different directions out there. So you can't solely rely on just your GPS. You got to keep your head on a swivel, we always ride two persons to a boat, two officers to a boat. One is constantly navigating the boat, and the other one is looking out for other vessels as well. And we're constantly, we do it all the time. We warn each other all the time. And we obviously point out to each other, hey, you see the boat coming from the right, or do you see the boat coming from the left? It's always a two-man system out there.
Are you familiar with the term navigational rules?
Yes.
Are boat voters required to follow them.
You're supposed to follow the navigational rules. They don't always get followed, but yes, you're,
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Objection to the question she said. Sidebar if you want.
Rephrase.
Sure. Are you familiar with the navigational rules?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what voters are supposed to follow?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond that, are you familiar with the navigational rule about lookouts?
I couldn't quote it to you, but yes, I know there is a navigation rule.
Can you explain what the importance of having a lookout is, based on your personal and professional boating experience?
Objection, Judge. Lack of foundation.
Ask a few more foundational questions if you can.
You just testified that you'll have other officers, at least it's a two-man unit at a minimum, and unit meaning a police boat.
Correct.
You'll have other officers there to help look for other items. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. There's debris floating in the water and stuff like that. So yes, everybody on the boat's keeping a lookout.
Okay. And is that to keep you safe
Yes, ma'am.
and to keep other people safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Are the
Judge, can
rules?
we go sidebar, please?
Okay. question, and I believe there was an objection, that objection is overruled.
Thank you. Just backing up, in terms of having more than one person looking at where you're going, does that put you in a safer position?
Yes, ma'am.
And it puts other people in a safer position? Is that
Yes,
what you're
ma'am.
trying to say? Talking about navigating through channels, and I don't mean to ask you something too personal, but how old are you?
53.
And if you've been then voting since you were 13, that looks like maybe 39 years of voting experience.
Correct.
Let me ask you something. In those years, have you had to traverse channels in the water?
Yes.
Are there rules about what side of the channel you're supposed to operate your vessel on?
Not that I recall. I mean, it's general, as a general rule, people treat it just like the street.
Objection, Judge, again.
He doesn't have to call it first and second rules.
In your experience,
In my experience, it's just like being on the street. Vessels going one direction would stay on the right-hand side. Vessels going the opposite direction would be on your left-hand side passing.
having had the perspective of both handling multiple traffic crashes on land and also investigating vessel crashes, albeit not fatal ones, on the waters, can you explain some of the challenges why a vessel crash could potentially be more dangerous even than a motor vehicle crash?
Objection, Judge.
In your experience, do boats have brakes?
No, they do not.
Do they have airbags?
No, they do not.
Are they equipped with seatbelts?
No,
How about a steel cage?
no.
Are boats made of fiberglass?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're ejected from a boat and you're not wearing a PFD, can you drown?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions.
Ross?
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Ed Armelino. I represent Mr. Pino. We've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
When you were transporting the girls, you said they were seated on the boat
Yes, sir.
and they were on the floor of your boat too?
Some were on the floor, some were sitting on the center console.
And was that in the front of your boat?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you were familiar with the ICW, the Intercoastal Waterway?
Yes, sir.
Very familiar, would you say?
I've traveled it several times.
Okay. And when you were transporting the girls on the bow of your boat, was that at night?
Yeah, well, the sun was going down. It started to get dark.
Okay. And you had no radar on the boat?
No, that vessel doesn't have radar.
Do you recall how fast you were going?
I didn't actually study again, I'm not looking at the GPS or anything like that. I would say no more than 40, 45, maybe at max, but I don't think I was going that fast. There was no urgency to rush to the island. None of my passengers were gravely injured at that point.
Okay. And you felt in those conditions that was a safe speed for you to travel?
Yes, sir.
A moment. I'll be further, Judge. Thank you.
When you were escorting those girls over to Elliott Key, did you have other officers that were serving as a lookout for you?
Yes, ma'am.
When you did that, well, let me ask you this. Did you consume any alcohol during your shift that day?
No, not at all. I don't drink. I've never had an alcoholic drink in my life.
And you have how many years of boating experience?
39 approximately.
Have you ever crashed into a channel marker?
No, ma'am.
Nothing else.
The witness is going to remain under the subpoena. The state will speak with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Available, and your excuse at this time.
Thank you very much.
Based on our scheduling discussions, I think we would stop here.
And the arrangements for recess for the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you please put your notebooks back in your envelopes. We ask things to be here tomorrow, if you would. As close to 9 o'clock, I would ask you to be here by 10 of 9, actually, if you would. we're gonna have a little bit of earlier start, all right? Tomorrow, when you arrive, we're gonna go to the jury room, where they will bring you into the courtroom for us to begin our session. Then at that point, we'll be giving you some instructions about our session tomorrow. We will be traveling, there will be a jury view of the vessel involved in this matter. And we will be transporting you, we have a bus to transport you, and we will be in the company of Renee. I will give you more instructions tomorrow to the location, but please come here. We will begin the session, make sure everyone's here. We will start the session, I'll give you additional instructions, and then we will go on our jury view, and then we will all return back to the courthouse, back to the courtroom, and probably get back here in time for lunch. Okay? Then we will have an afternoon session. So I want to give you a heads up about that. Nothing really special. I would say maybe wear more comfortable shoes. Because we'll be walking a little bit in an area. And I'll have some water for you. And I think there's nothing else in terms of special instructions. Okay? Well, you may want to bring an umbrella. But if I see that the weather is inclement, then we will go to the rain date for the jury view. We're scheduling this for tomorrow morning, and we hope to leave here probably about 9:20, 9:30 the latest. Okay? Please remember, you see or hear anything about this case, or you think it's about this case, ignore it. Don't read it. Don't watch it. Don't listen to it. Please don't go on social media to either post anything or to see if there's any information about this case. Don't do any research. Don't do any Googling to try to gather information outside the courtroom. None of that is evidence. Evidence is only what you're receiving in the courtroom. It's all you can consider with the law that I will instruct you on to ultimately make your decisions. Okay? I think I've covered everything, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. I will ask you to be here by 10 of 9. If there's any issues, you're running late, please make sure to let us know. Have a pleasant evening. Take your notebooks with you. All right, please be seated. So that everything's clear tomorrow, that this computer would also, we would start session just like we've been starting session. And then if you would like me to instruct the jury at all about Mr. Pino going with us or not going with us, I will. I'll leave that to you if you think it's necessary. I'll just certainly let the jury know. Okay. Who do we have? We have an idea for the afternoon, who we might be having as witnesses. Okay. Well, what we want to be clear about is if any of those witnesses, again, I think it has to do mostly with the body worn camera to make sure that if there's evidence through a body worn camera or any other physical evidence that you intend to introduce, that if there are excerpts, okay, then we can get ahead of the question of what you're going to introduce. And if there are excerpts that the defense intends to introduce of a body worn camera through any of the state's witnesses that are remaining, Again, you're not required to, I'm not gonna order you to do that. Then I would like to have either one or two things, either the opportunity again for the defense to be able to authenticate whatever the additional evidence might be, so that they might be able to, through cross-examination, present whatever evidence, which we allow that, that's not the typical option, but we allow it. And if not, it's perfectly fine, but then to make sure that the defense understands they will have to bring like one or two witnesses today, we'll have to bring the witness when you start your case. Okay, so that's why I'm asking.
I understand. You know, and I don't anticipate tomorrow there'll be any live footage.
Does that include, there's also Lieutenant Thompson where they did drone footage. They did that whole experiment on the water. Is that?
I think that there'll be some footage from the recreation yard, yes.
Okay. So that's, you're going to take excerpted portions of the recreation, or you're gonna play the whole?
No, because each time the vessel goes through the channel, maybe it's a minute or so. So there's just footage from the drone of Lieutenant Thompson piloting his vessel through the channel. It's not that there's clips, it's just,
It's one video.
No.
Oh.
There's multiple videos because the vessel was run through the channels on different times, and the drone was placed in different locations to film the vessel traversing the channel below.
Okay. Does that mean it's the entirety of the drone footage that you're gonna present, or there are segments of the event today? One is 6 seconds.
It's different than body-worn camera, which lasts, say, an hour long, and you select clips from it.
Okay.
What this is there were specific times, okay, like clip one or video one, probably more precisely. Video one might be, for example, the drone is at the southern end of the channel and the vessel is traveling south toward it. Video two might be the drone is in the northern part of the channel and follows behind the vessel as it traverses the channel. So there's different videos. It's not that they're clipped so much because they're not part of a larger or longer video.
Okay. From what you have of the
Yes.
drone video, let's take the totality of the drone video. Is it your intention to introduce all of the drone video? If it's not, that's fine too, but there may be aspects of the drone video that the defense might want to present. And rather than attempted authentication in court, just want to make sure that the defense understands that, and they would have to have that witness back to present whatever else of the drone video footage that might not have been shown that they would like the jury to see in their case. That's the reason for the question.
So to clarify, it sounds like, I'm quite sure the same event might be recorded by different cameras, different angles. It could be a drone, it could be a pole cam, it could be a camera on a boat. I don't know how many of those the state is using, but they created it and gave it to us. This is not an authentication issue.
No, I didn't say it's what they created.
Correct, and they turned it over to us as part of their discovery obligation. This is not about authentication. They are obviously authentic.
Okay, but it was different from the Bible, because you then created separate.
We just took a smaller portion of what they produced to us.
And created essentially your own, but it's the same information.
We didn't create anything. We simply proposed to publish only a smaller
I got
portion
you,
of it.
I understand the whole thing. We don't have to make this more complicated than
Exactly.
okay?
They had,
Present your evidence tomorrow.
I will.
Make sure you have the witnesses that you are going to be presenting or attempting to present any evidence through, subpoenaed and ready to testify. If you cannot, through any of the witnesses, present defense evidence, okay?
I'm just perplexed why counsel thinks that just because the state turned something over in discovery, that's the same thing as authentication from the witness.
Okay, I'm not gonna we don't need to discuss it anymore. It's clear what
I
happened today.
think it's gonna be
It's-
discussed again.
Well, no, it's
I
not.
understand.
It's not being discussed,
Okay,
okay?
thank you, Judge.
Okay, so, have your witnesses subpoena, whatever your evidence is that you wish to introduce. If it's something that is not presented during direct examination, and you would like to get it in through the witness that's testifying, you'll present that witness as your witness at the appropriate time. Is there anything else?
Yes, Judge, it's 403 or 408.
Well, I think I'm gonna make an independent trip myself,
Okay,
to just get a feel, and I can email everyone as to what I see, if there's any potential difficulties.
so I should advise FWC that you'll be there?
Yes, at some point, in the next hour or so.
Yeah, no, I know, just so I can give them a rough ETA.
If you would,
Of course.
So we're excused from that
yes. We have, and did, Sergeant Lopez, did he come in to see you?
He did, and I provided him with the information he asked me
Sergeant
for.
Lopez is the Miami-Dade police officer who is going to be escorting us and driving the van with the jurors and with Renee. So, but he needed the contact person so that we get there, we don't have a locked gate. They know we're coming. But he's going to be in communication. So, for everyone else's benefit, I expect that we will probably start afternoon session about 1:30. That's an estimate, assuming we are relatively close to the schedule in terms of our jury view. Because once we get back, at the time, the jurors will have lunch, and then we'll work through the afternoon for whatever number of hours and see where we go. All right, I think I've handled everything at least for today. And nothing else then, we will be in recess. Thank you.
Vanessa, you know I write the attorney's name down. After.